Atomic Cup just added this new feature.
Ooh,
It's really just the ability to buy multiple NFTs at once, but I feel like that's been an option at NFT Hive and Nifty for a while. But I do think like where this really benefits people is with the credit card purchases, because I think you have to pay a transaction fee every time you do a credit card purchase. So, now people just pay one credit card transaction fee to buy a bunch of NFTs instead of having to pay every single time they buy an NFT. So I think that's where this will have like the biggest impact is for credit card users. They also kind of do an interesting thing where they you just add the template. You don't actually add the individual asset you're buying. You're just like, I want this template, this template, this template, and then it'll buy the lowest price at that template at the time of the transaction.
That the one that you bought, like that when you added to cart, isn't expired when you want to check out. Like the price maybe will change, but at least you'll still buy it. It won't be like failed.
Yeah, I don't know. I sort of like being able to select them manually, just because
I do too.
You don't know what mint you're gonna get. Like I like knowing what mint I'm gonna get.
Yeah,
but
I kind of agree.
It's still kind of cool that they have it. It's better, especially for like the IMX users and stuff. Like I think that's a feature that doesn't necessarily exist on all the other marketplaces. Definitely. But I don't know. The other thing I was looking at is this ducking fuzz, which is a new PFP on Wax. We also got to write one of these for when we do a PFP, because it says the article is published on behalf of the Ducking Fuzz team, so you can write whatever we want and publish it on the Wax medium. I actually think these look pretty cool, though, to be honest. The most interesting about this project is they're not using NFT Hive. So this might be like the first generative project not on NFT Hive for like, I don't know. I'll have to check how the smart contract and stuff works, but I think the like RNG is happening on Mint. It's not like pre-minted. They're using a stuck at 6, which this is not the first time someone's used stuck at 6. Like you have to send it to a smart contract. I'm sure it'll say in this article, but you send it to the smart contract, then I think it generates the traits, but maybe not. Maybe they're pre-minted.
They're like little eggs as far as what I can see in the drop. So like I guess there is an NFT asset that's like a pack, and then it will be open.
Yeah, but you send that pack to a smart contract stuck at 6 created, and then it sends you back an NFT. But I thought it was generating them, because the last time somebody did the stuck at 6 thing, it wasn't generative. It's all like hand drawn, and each one they were like these monkeys or apes. That happened maybe like a year ago, but a bunch of people in the Atomic Kings bought those, and yeah, those were not like generative traits. So like they're all pre-generated. So I think this might be the first one where it's generating it through Stuck at 6's tool, but I don't know, maybe I'll just read through this. I feel like it should say how it works. It says, Ducking Fuzz is not your average PFP project. We're here to revolutionize the world of high-quality PFPs in the Wax chain on July 19th, 2023 at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. I feel like that's going a little far. How are they revolutionizing it when like people have just dropped a bajillion PFP projects?
I mean, maybe they have some other absurd utility they're about to describe that we've never heard or seen before.
And I feel like that's like just a marketing, best in the world. It's like, according to who? You, your mother? Our mission is simple: to onboard the most degenerate PFP holders and provide them with an exhilarating experience like never before. We're talking about a whole new level of digital awesomeness that will blow your feathers back. Still not providing a lot of context for how that's happening. I do like the art though, and I like on this mug here they have a rug ape. Like that's pretty hilarious. Like, so they obviously know a little bit about Wax. You don't know rug apes unless like that's a more deep cut Wax project. So this person's definitely a part of the Wax community.
Shots fired from KY. It's innovative by making it more convoluted and behind the curtain. Yes.
To embark on this, I mean, I agree with the advertising is misleading, a little bit, but I also, I don't know, I don't care. Like, people can advertise how they're going to advertise. I think the artwork's fun, and it's $3, so I'll probably be sleeping. This drops at like, I think 8 a.m. our time, and based on my sleep cycle, there's a chance I'll be awake, but I should not be. To embark on this thrilling journey all you need is a Wax wallet. Don't have a Wax wallet? No problem. Here's how you make a Wax wallet. Okay. Just imagine it. Can you put this in your mind's eye? Owning one of our 3333 unique ducks, 3,333, each meticulously crafted with generative artwork that guarantees an unparalleled visual experience. I feel like all this is just like,
It's a lot of words
really?
to say. It's a PFP.
But
Got
like
it.
unparalleled and like unique. Like, I don't know. It's like, how is this? You're saying that every other PFP project on Wax is garbage and nothing's even close to the quality? Like, I feel like that's not
true.
true. But
Unparalleled is pretty bold. Pretty bold. Let's see. Maybe they're gonna do a reveal. I don't know. We're not all the way done yet.
these ducks are not just ordinary avatars, they're your passport to fun, freedom, and boundless creativity. Let your imagination run wild as you show off your extraordinary duck to friends, family, and even the digital universe. How is that different than every other profile
Still
project
sounds
on
like every other one of my PFPs so far, but my hope is my optimism is still there. They've raised my hopes quite a bit with the language in this.
The fun doesn't stop there. Okay, here we go.
Okay, here
with your absolute ownership of your ducking fuzz NFT, you're in command. You have the power to conquer and dominate other animal PFPs, leaving a trail of awe and admiration in your wake. Showcase your victories and integrate Mighty Duck into exciting projects. Unleash its charm on the world. The possibilities are limitless. How is that different than the other ones, though?
Wait, what is it? Maybe I'm misunderstanding. What is that specifically?
This is all just flowery language that means nothing. This is what is
nothing.
happening.
Yeah, okay, good. That's kind of how I was understanding it. Okay.
And guess what? There are no limits to commercial use either, which, as far as I'm concerned, is pretty much every other PFP on Wax that says you can use them commercially however you'd like if you own them. Reproduce your duck avatar printed on merchandise or let it take center stage in your next big project. The best part, no royalties. I assume they mean no royalties if you sell it physically. Let's see if there's royalties on the collection. But if there's no royalties on the collection, that would actually be new to Wax. As far as I'm concerned, every profile picture collection on Wax is like a 10% royalty or more. It's a valued member of Ducking Fuzz. You're not just joining the project, you're becoming part of a vibrant community of like-minded enthusiasts who live for the thrill of digital conquest. Engage in discussions, share your ideas, and witness the evolution. Your voice matters. And then there's also like there's like multiple different drops. There's like the public drop, which would be the one I qualify for, is at 11 a.m. Eastern time, which is 8 a.m. our time. Well, there's discounts. Like, this is already sold out in like 300 Wax, so it is not worth the discount because it's actually cheaper to just buy the public drop for the Quackstronaut and like the Quackless presale. But I think holders of digital ducks, if you hold like 10 digital ducks, you get a 25% discount and you get early. And then Friends of Ducks presale is like, I know the Lembas are involved with that, which is like the succubus profile picture. If you have those, you get a 15% discount and also early. So if you have either of those, it could be worth looking into. But also, it's not like there's more than 300 of the Lembas, so it's not really guaranteed you get one like necessarily from these. I think the Quackstronaut and the Quackless presales are guaranteed if you have those, but at this point they're so expensive that it's like, I don't know, not really worth it in my opinion. Again, I do like the artwork though, so I'm not hating on that.
Why not drop if it's available? Why not? Oh yeah, the Lembas are also floors at 440 Wax right now. I think they dropped at 50 Wax, so those are a little bit out of my budget for.
So are you ready to take the leap and join the quacktastic revolution of Ducking Fuzz? Don't miss out on this opportunity to have the time of your life with and make a splash in the world of high quality PFPs. It all starts with signing up on the Wax wallet. Okay. Content is not independently verified by Wax. So Wax does not endorse anything these people say. I do think it's a funny thing. They're like, we publish this, but we don't actually vet anything they say.
Yeah. I feel like they should maybe put that above the article too, not just below it.
They actually do. Well, not like there's a smaller disclaimer, but it says this article is published on behalf of the Ducking Fuzz team. So it's like literally the first thing.
Yeah. Okay.
But that doesn't necessarily, I mean, you could write something on behalf of somebody else. That doesn't mean that they wrote it. It could be clear. I agree with that.
Yeah.
Who said what's
this is not curated.
Weird, my thing's not telling me who did words. But hello, whoever said wassa.
Wait, hold on. What is this one? Incognitas.
I guess it's another Friends. My only thing I would say about that is like you're not guaranteed one if you're in the friends drop. So like if you're spending a bunch of money to try to get a whitelist and a discount, and then you just miss the drop, then it's not really going to be a discount. So it is risky because it's only 300, and based on the speed that these 10K projects have been selling, there's a chance it like pretty much instant sells out all those. Let's see. Let's
Could,
get
yeah.
off.
Although I don't see anything about like secondary market sale sharing or revenue splitting, which is usually what like gets people to ape in hard, in my like uninformed-ish opinion. I guess I haven't really asked people why they bought 100 monkeys or 100 bulls.
So there is a 6% royalty fee on this. So there are royalties, just they don't charge you royalties on your physical things. So pretty much what every other profile project does.
Okay. That's not crazy innovative, but that's not bad.
I don't think it has to be crazy innovative. It's just weird they claimed it was.
I agree. Yeah, exactly.
You know what would be innovative? Having animated profile pictures and music on them.
Yeah.
Shots fired. Pow, pow. Who knows? By the time we release our project, somebody else might have done that. But I don't think there's PFPs with music and animation on Wax yet. So we might be the first people to do that. But I even think saying you're the first to do anything crypto is just fucking stupid because you're always wrong when you say that. Like, pretty much every advertisement we've ever seen saying it's the first on Wax is incorrect. So we generally don't like to say that either.
Okay, this is the first PFP from Neon Space on with this.
That is true.
Get real fucking.
Oh, it's Prince X Phoenix. Well, thank you for the WASA. Usually my thing tells me for some reason.
Oh, the PFP. Okay, I see. 40 is the PFP.
Thank you for the follow. Oh wait, that person followed us 2 days ago. I just clicked a button, so it happened again. I was trying to refresh to see if I.
I see.
Normally it says on our mini feed when people do like the channel points, but for some reason it's not.
I saw Prince X Phoenix in the Take My Muffin chat the other day, and I was like poking around their tokenomics to figure out how I can watch the latest episodes of that show. We figured it out though. It was you have to hold 100 TMM token in your wallet, and then sign into the website with like a V2 signature from your wallet, and then you can watch all this stuff.
40 ounces is in the collection name. Maybe it's not OZ. Maybe it's actually 40.
Yeah, the TMM. I like that. I mean, I feel like I'm not too opposed to like I might, drop the $40 it takes to buy 100 TMM, watch all the episodes, and then just sell them again. It's not like you have to commit to paying $40 to watch a cartoon. It's more like,
oh, here it is. It just showed up in my thing, even though it's that was convenient. It was just one of the newest NFTs listed, but it's 40 ounces. If you want to get one of these, I guess they're considered friends. As you can see, there's also 700 of these. So like these plus the lemmas, there's way more than 300. Oh shoot!
Called 40 ounces. Called 40 ounces.
You can get one for 30 wax, but that's half the price of the mint for the Ducking Fuzz. Ducking Fuzz, the public sale is, I think it's 69,420. Good numbers. Yeah, it's 69.42 wax. So I don't know, spending like 30 wax to get on a whitelist.
Yeah,
when you save
for me as well.
17 wax doesn't seem like the best idea, especially because you could just miss this, and then if you don't want the incognito, then you're stuck with it.
I'm also for sure gonna miss it, dude. It's late. That's like way too early for me.
Yeah, I'll probably buy one if they don't sell out before I wake up, which I kind of assume they will at this point because they're advertising, like they posted about it in the Wax official Discord, the Wax Medium, and I think they're like advertising the web wallet and stuff. So I feel like that's good enough to try to attract flippers and stuff to make it sell out. So I don't know if I like these, to be honest. These are kind of weird.
The incognitas, to be fair though, the cheapest they've ever sold for was 30 wax as far as secondary market sales. So it's not like you're paying an absorbently higher price than anyone else has been paying if they've been buying them on the secondary.
I don't know if I like the artwork on these.
Yeah.
Personally, I mean, to each their own. If you like these, go for it. But I don't necessarily want to be holding that in my wallet if I don't get the pre-sale. I did buy more bulls today. Let's see how our bulls are doing.
Oh, yeah, what are bulls worth these days? I haven't actually kept
way below drop, so I bought some more. 48 wax, 246, and the
drop was 50, right? Or what was the
Drop was $3, so it's probably like 60-ish.
Oh yeah, you're right.
But the treasury payout is tomorrow. It's on the 19th, and the way they're doing the treasury payout is by you don't actually have to claim anything on Wax Style. They're just doing a snapshot and then dropping Wax directly to the people, so it just will appear in your wallet, which is kind of nice. And that I would say is innovative for PFP since everybody else is using Wax Style.
Yeah. Just a straight airdrop of tokens, kind of nice.
But I actually bought some because they got added to Wombat, and they're better than what I'm using in Wombat. And I know people are like, "Oh, no one's going to buy it for Wombat because like you can get more MP for less." But I don't buy stuff for the MP. Like,
yeah, I buy stuff.
I don't buy collections I don't want to collect because they have high MP, and I actually like this collection, so I was fine scooping a couple more. I've been letting our clan down. We're in the second ranked clan in all of Wombat, and I have like the worst fucking stake. Like, I think I have 5,000 MP total. Each one of these is worth 500 MP, so 10 of these is worth more than my entire like Wombat collection. And I now have 12 of these, so I'll be doing all right. The thing you do have to look out for is you don't get the treasury if you stake them to Wombat. So that's why I haven't staked them yet. Like they're going to blacklist the Wombat wallet smart contract. So if you stake it to Wombat, it will just not count as a bull. And then actually everybody else will get slightly more rewards because anyone staked to Wombat will be removed. Oh, thank you for the raid, NFT Gamer TV.
Yeah. Checking out bulls right now. We're talking about PFPs because we're looking at the
They're just saying the
new duck.
The payout tomorrow is going to be from they're paying out holders from the treasury. Also, thank you for the gifted. Thank you for the gifted. It's Yinya. That reminds me of some Rug Apes language right there. Buy, don't ask.
Yeah. Oh, right. Thank you,
TD killing it. Too generous. I like just woke up, so I don't have the energy to freak out because you're gifting subs. But thank you.
Keeping the lights on the neon. Keeping the neon lights on. There you go.
Yeah. Costs a lot of money to run our neon, so keeping the neon on.
Love it.
Yeah, I guess we should show off ducking fuzz because y'all missed the beginning of the stream. But the reason we're talking about the bulls.
Yeah.
Thank you for the cheer as well. But 444 cheers. Holy cow! That's a lot of. It's a lot of cheers. 1, 2, 3. Count to 400. I'm not going to do that, but times 444. Cheer. Boom. There you go.
You hear all day. Paul made that fucking mistake on that show he was doing for that, like the wine one. I think where the guest was like, I forget, some comedian, but like he was doing like a bit where he's like, oh shit, I have to run down these like 400 flights of stairs. So he starts like running in place, and then the people like his team on the back line were like 1, 2, 3, and he just like, literally counted to fucking 400.
Paul doesn't have the cardio for that.
He was literally like so out of breath, and then like later in the show he kept trying to get other people like to, he's like, oh, you have to go downstairs to go it, like, and then he'd like try to get them to do it with him, and like no one would do it, and he's just like, somebody else has to do this, like, I can't be the only one.
I saw that on I think he posted that on Instagram. I actually saw that. But anyway, for those of you just joining, we're Neon Space. We make our own artwork, but today we're going to look at some other artwork on Wax, and then we're going to do Wax DeFi stuff and market analysis. So this is kind of our technical stream, but for whatever reason, I was just looking at this when we started the stream. But there's a new profile picture dropping tomorrow. It's on Nifty Blocks. The public drop price is 69.42, which I have to assume is 420 because 69.420 is just epic numbers. There's like 2,300 in the public sale, and then there's some pre-sales, but the total mint numbers are 3,333. This is different than NFT Hive. Like, it's not generating them on mint. You buy an egg, and then you have to send the egg to a smart contract made by Stuck at 6. You transfer it to mint.6pm with no memo, and then after completing the transfer, you receive a randomly minted duck created by the Quack system developed by 6pm software. So that is actually new to Wax, which is weird. They didn't mention that. Like, the article says how innovative it is.
That is innovative. That's innovative as hell. I haven't seen that done before on a profile picture project where it's a You're dropping a pack basically, and it's still doing a generative mint on mint action when you open the pack. This is kind of the first time that I can think of where I could buy a pack and then postpone a generative minting event of a PFP by not opening the pack right at mint day. So that is innovative. That's pretty cool.
I like the pizza in the mouth trait. This also just reminds me of like DuckTales. I don't know if anybody else gets DuckTales vibes. It reminds me of like Scrooge McDuck. Is that his name? Scrooge McDuck.
Scrooge, he's the guy that swims in the coins.
I guess he looks a little different.
Yeah, exactly. DuckTales, woohoo! You got it.
I feel like he looks kind of similar. Actually. I don't know. This is just an art project. It doesn't really have like utility or aftermarket share, so
I feel
buy
like
it if you like the
as
art.
always, the easy thing to tell people about stuff like this, if you're not sure about like, the NFT space, or like if this is something you like, you won't lose if you like the artwork and your plan is to buy a piece because you like it as artwork and you're planning not to sell it. If that's the case, I would buy one. If not,
Thank
maybe
you for
not.
the cheers, Kitty. Cheers on cheers. Y'all are too generous. I do like. I was pointing this out. They have a rug ape down here. I don't know if you all know about the rug ape collection, which are
Oh yeah,
like,
on the mug.
I would say purposely hideous profile pictures. I don't think that would even insult the artist because like he's purposely trolling people by making really bad hand drawn. But that's on the mug. You got wax sweaters, so I do feel like you don't really know about rug apes.
Says? What does it say? I don't know if I can read what the mug says, but is it
It says
readable?
Don't ask buy.
Oh, okay, that's pretty good. Not bad, not bad. I don't know.
It says it may have aftermarket share, but I don't know. Nothing confirmed about that in the article, so maybe it will, maybe it won't. But I would buy it just because I like the art, which I do like the art. And
yeah,
I don't know. I'll probably be asleep though when this happens. So if it doesn't instant sell out, I'll try to buy it. But if it does, I might pass.
Big miss in this article was not mentioning the means of minting it through like the stuck at 6 p.m. smart contract. I do think that's pretty fucking innovative. And for that alone,
I guess we can go check the smart contract too to see if they're pre-minted because it doesn't like specifically say.
I guess that's true. It doesn't say that they are mint, like on mint, getting their traits, but that would be cool too because it could mean that as long as there's unhatched or unminted eggs, it could be that the rarest NFT in the collection isn't actually the rarest because something rare could be minted still. I do like that. Like,
no, it doesn't have. It doesn't have anything in the wallet, so
yeah,
nothing's pre-minted and mixed up. I guess the other thing we could check is if Ducking Fuzz has unminted templates from their collection. That would be another telltale of.
Yeah, the friends drops are lower. It's like a discount, I think 25% cheaper than the public if you have the whitelist qualifying NFTs in your wallet.
I don't know all of the qualifying ones, but I know Lemba's and then the 40 ounces one are the two that we've heard just from.
Yeah, the 40 ounces, what was the name of that? The schema is Incognita. The Incognita characters, I think, are also part of that whitelist.
No, there's nothing here either, so they don't have pre-minted NFTs the day before the drop, so maybe they actually are generated on the mint.
See, that's innovative, and especially with all the language in that article about how innovative and like different it is, I feel like that information was missing because that actually is distinctly different from every other drop so far.
This also works too, the 10 digital ducks.
Yep.
If you have 10 digital ducks, that gets you a whitelist.
Yeah, there's quite a few options for the whitelist.
I don't actually know the answer to this. You'd have to ask Stuck at 6. The way they describe it, it sounds like the traits are being mint like generated on mint, but I don't know.
I agree with you, KY. Like, I like the prospect of getting something like shitty, ugly, or broken because it is generative. Like, I'm not the biggest fan of like generative, but on rails where it's like, yes, it's generative, but you won't actually get something, like a guy with glasses and laser eyes, like where the laser is going through the glasses. Like, I would like to see shit like that. I do like that kind of thing.
And the reason I'm showing off the bulls is they just got added. Well, they're already in Wombat, but they got upgraded, so now each bull is 500 MP, which I personally need some more MP, so I bought some bulls this morning. The other thing is the Treasury distribution number 1 is this Thursday, tomorrow. and it's I don't know, it's like 3 wax per bowl, so you're not getting like
Tomorrow's
a
Wednesday,
huge portion. Oh wait,
so you got a little bit more days. If it's on Thursday,
maybe it's
that's
2
on the
days. I think
20th.
it's the 19th. Maybe it's on Wednesday. I just said the wrong day, but
Okay.
let me
Okay.
check. Who announced it in their Discord today?
Nice.
But maybe it is Thursday. I don't know. I was reading that at
I
like
think the distribution
7:30 a.m.
is
No, it is Thursday
the
on
distribution is
7:20
an
at 5
airdrop.
p.m. UTC.
So, and
But
it's an airdrop directly to your wallet holding the NFTs. You don't have to claim anything or stake anywhere.
that's
My
also the
understanding.
reason I wanted to mention is because if you stake to Wombat Dungeon, you don't get your airdrop. They're going to blacklist the Wombat
Yes.
wallet, so you get no treasury distribution if you stake your stuff in Wombat. So personally, I'm waiting until
If
Friday
if
to
you've
put my
staked
stuff
it
in
already,
Wombat.
you still have the 24 hours right now to get that shit out, so you can have it back in time for the airdrop. So if your bulls are staked in Wombat and you would like part of your airdrop like distribution, pull them out. Pull them out.
That's kind of what I would guess too, but that would be a stuck at 6 question. Stuck at 6 is also like, I think it's within his wheelhouse to do that, like do the generation thing. But last time it was not generated on Mint. It was like they were all pre-selected and you're just basically pulling them
Yeah.
out of a pack opening contract. But I don't know. They don't like
Yeah, that was like the
explicitly say
Waxel.
either way.
The Waxel Ninjas were that way, where it was like they were pre-minted and coming from the packs.
That wasn't stuck at 6 though. That was NFT.
No, that was NFT Hive. Or no, that was
blocks.
NFT blocks. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't mind
What's up?
scooping. I'll show you my friggin' bulls. I'm actually pretty happy with the ones I got. I also like the artwork for the bulls. Like I don't really care if these ever go above drop price. If they stay at the price they are now, I might end up getting 50 of them, and then you get to be an OG bull, which is like, don't mind if I do. I do not want to be on this wallet.
How many bulls do you have at this point?
I only have 12. I'm not even close, but
okay.
12 is still. I started with like 5, so I bought like 7 today.
Damn. Okay, you got a bunch, and the bulls are currently under drop price. Pretty sure.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't really think the aftermarket split's going to be worth anything. I think the price is going to plummet after today. If I be on, like, I think after Thursday. I mean, like when the first treasury goes out, I think a lot of people are just waiting for that to dump their bulls. So there's a chance we see the prices. What is going on here? It's taking me so long to sign into Atomic Hub. They've made me do this like 15 times, like verify that I'm a real person. It's like, how many times do you need to do that? Anyway,
how real are you?
Here's my bulls. I got a neon horn one. I didn't have one of those before, so I'm happy about that.
Nice. I got one of those too.
And then I got another basketball jersey one. He also has got the face tattoos, which I like, and the purple eyes. Honestly, I feel like I'd like him better if he didn't have the horns and it was a misprint, but I don't think the misprints are as cheap these days.
Yeah, that's my favorite one. Is I have an Atomic Hub T-shirt one that is misprinted in the way that he actually doesn't have the T-shirt on and he doesn't have his horns, but he has the attributes. I like that.
And the other ones I really like is like this flame horn guy. He looks like he's like Disco Inferno. I think that one's pretty sweet. And I think my favorite one's actually this one. He looks like he should be like in like a vampire slaying movie. Like I don't know. He looks very like gothic looking. I like him.
Yeah, very dapper.
But I'm moving on up in the Bulls Club. I do think it's potentially worth, unless you really want that 3 wax aftermarket share, I think it's potentially worth waiting until Friday to buy them, which I kind of regret buying them now because I don't necessarily want the aftermarket share as much as I want them to use them for Wombat. You know, probably, but I don't know, maybe not. I don't know if like how much people are going to dump them, but that would be my speculation. These are mine. I really, if this guy has like no friggin' traits because he's so broken.
Yeah, I like that one. That's cool. He doesn't even have
this is the one I'm trying to keep. This one I've listed. The rest of them I don't really intend on selling. I also got my Atomic King shirt. The Atomic King shirt floor is way up because the Atomic Kings are just like exclusively buying those. So the floor for the Atomic King shirt is like double of what the floor of the collection is. And this one I really like too. He's my favorite basketball jersey. I bought a bunch of these like above the floor price too. Like this one I bought for 99 wax when the floor was like significantly lower, just because I really like the trait layout. Like I wanted a skin cow, and the fact he's wearing a leather jacket and like angry and surprised.
Yeah,
like,
that's all pretty
really
good.
like this combination of traits.
Also, the angry with the red like gradient background looks great too.
Yeah, so I don't know.
That's a good.
I don't necessarily just buy like today. I bought the floor because I just wanted them for Wombat, and I was like, I don't really care what I'm putting into Wombat because I can't see it in any way. But for the ones I actually collect, like I probably will not send these into Wombat. Like the ones I really like this one, and this one. Those are probably just going to stay in my wallet. So once they're in Wombat, you can't look at them. The other thing I wanted to cover before we get into DeFi stuff is Atomic Hub just added a shopping cart. Just new.
Oh yeah.
New feature shopping cart. And that basically just means you can buy multiple NFTs at once. You can add up to 30 NFTs to your cart and then I guess buy them all in one transaction.
That's pretty cool. I mean, you can do that on some other marketplaces, but it's nice to see it on Atomic Hub now.
What you can do in Atomic Hub that you can't on others, though, is do that with a credit card. So now with a credit card, you can buy 30 NFTs at once. I don't actually use Banksa or whatever it's called, but I believe you have to pay a extra fee every single time you do a credit card purchase. So you'd be paying 30 fees normally. And now if you can buy 30 at once, it's actually going to be significantly cheaper for credit card users. So I think that's really where this is going to shine. But I don't actually buy stuff with a credit card, so I'm not 100% sure how that works. The other interesting thing about this is it does it per template. Not like it's not like the other ones where you click each mint you want. You just add it and then it adds that template to your cart. So if like the specific mint you chose gets sold, it'll actually just pick the next cheapest one from the template, which I don't know. It's both good and bad. It's bad if you want a specific mint. It's good if you're like you don't want to deal with the transaction failing because that one sold. So I could see it going both ways for that. Yeah. Wait, actually says shopping cart purchases can only be made with Wax or Ethereum. So maybe you can't do a credit card. But I assume they will add that to the credit card at some point.
I hope so.
Also, maybe that just means it's not an IMX. Maybe that means you can still do a credit card on Wax. I don't know. I guess we could just go check. Like
IMX.
Let's see. Let's see if I can try. Is this shopping cart button? Let's get some cheap NFTs so I don't actually buy something that's I don't want.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, here we go. Here's the cart. I also think shopping cart is more like user friendly as far as if you use Amazon or any other marketplace, like people that aren't from the crypto space are going to understand how this works a lot better than like necessarily what the other marketplaces are doing. All right, we got 16 Farmers World coins. I guess if this accidentally signs, I don't know if it gives me the option. Like, was this where it would give you the option to use a credit card? Normally.
Huh.
I don't want to click buy. I don't want a bunch of Farmers World coins.
I'm also not sure. Is there an add to shopping cart or you already did that?
This is the shopping cart.
There's your cart. Okay. Yeah, let me hide
Clear
myself.
all. Let's just click buy now and see. What happens if I click this? I guess either way. Nope. So here's the credit card payment. Minimum $5. So it doesn't let you buy the shopping cart with the credit card. So disregard what I said earlier. I was just totally wrong. That's not going to help credit card players. But
it does seem like a really good use case for it to like combine a bunch of credit card fees.
And it has to be over $5 if you want to use a credit card, which that would also help with that. Because if you're trying to buy a bunch of cheap stuff, you can't use a credit card. But I assume they'll add that. This is brand new, came out today, and I feel like Atomic Hub will eventually figure that out. The Ludies are very expensive. I'm honestly tempted. I have a few to sell them, but I don't know. I like supporting the creator of Ludies.
Yeah, same. Ludies are pricey, but I have 2, and I feel like that's a good amount.
We still actually, in our giveaway wallet, have none of them packed. That'll be a pretty cool giveaway at some point.
Yeah, giveaway. It's cool, especially when you like age that, and then the collection does well. And then like a year later,
which is like not the case for most of our stuff. We forgot the giveaway.
Yeah, true.
Holy crap! The lowest listing's $136.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say. This is a big one because there's still a unique one to be pulled from the pool. Last I checked,
and
anyway.
There's like a little under 100 left. It's funny that this is not safe for work, even though it's fine. It's like a condom, which I feel like a condom is not safe for work, but
yeah,
I think the whole collection just does that.
Yeah.
Let's see. We can probably get into
Can't even see
market
it.
stuff now. That's pretty much everything I wanted to go over for
All
stuff
right,
that popped up from Wax
let's
News.
do it. I
Ducking
am going
Fuzz.
to switch over to my screen then. Let's go to this web layout instead. And I am eyeing the charts right now. Let's take a look. All right, I'm going to transition here. We were talking about NFT stuff right now. Generally speaking, obviously NFTs in this whole space is part of like the crypto sphere of asset classes. So every Tuesday, I like to peek at the general markets and like kind of track the movements of Ethereum and Bitcoin, and then take a quick peek at Wax to kind of get a bearing for the coming week, and then use those bearings to make some position shifts in like positions that we've taken on Wax, like on Taco Swap or in Alcor pools or stuff like that. And basically only doing that live on air so that people could, if they wanted to, follow along with the moves or see that it is possible to use like these types of DeFi strategies or participating in these DeFi economies without actually knowing anything about NFTs or ever buying it or selling an NFT to turn your Wax into more Wax is kind of the whole thesis statement or like the goal objective of this section of our stream, this series. So we've been at it for a little over a year now. And we started with 100 Wax. So once we take a look at the market, we'll jump over to the the Wax markets and take a look at what our 100 Wax is doing. But before that, we need kind of a bearing. So let's take a look at the crypto market. I'm looking right now at the daily chart for Ethereum. I could bring up Bitcoin. It's very similar, but I'm going to go with Ethereum. Ethereum on the daily is moving in an uptrend lately here. We got our bull signal flip, and since then we've been bouncing off of that band. Kind of shot up this last week in the beginning of the week and have been selling back down to that same band, looking for the next bounce here. Basically, what I'm looking for in the coming days, if we're going to continue this bull trend, is a bounce right around the current spot price. So right around like $1,900, it looks like we're at 18.98 right now. And then that is going to be probably further confirmed by the longer term chart here on the weekly, where we very recently had flipped the trend maybe like a month ago or so, or starting to look more bullish. But we were also very much oversold, overbought to try to push back out of this like downtrend with the SRSI up here. So this is the Stochastic RSI, standing for Relative Strength Index. This shows us the momentum of the movement that we're currently looking at. And so you can see that when it's above this blue area, that would be considered overbought and looking for a correction back down. And when it's well below this blue area on the bottom side, we will be expecting it to be oversold and looking for a correction back up to kind of stay within this blue range is how you would look at this indicator. And then I always like to also pull up the OBV, which is the on balance volume. It's a weighted metric of volume being traded within this market, and it can generally give us a sense of money flowing either into or out of a specific asset. And for example, like we're looking at Ethereum, we could have used our on balance volume here. I'm going to just zoom way the hell out to the Ethereum like bull and bear market cycle from the last few years here, starting in 2020. And you can see that like on balance volume metric just climbing and climbing and climbing along with the spot market price. And then once we hit kind of our peak here, you can see we had actually failed to make a higher high here. We had made our highest high on the on balance volume at our initial peak over here, where we did get a little print, but the print didn't invalidate that strength band, so we were still in the green. What we really want to see with these prints is when you get a bear print, it would also need to be in conjunction with a red strength band. So here is where we were getting our initial, like the market top is in, and looking also at the on balance volume since then. You can see since then we have been doing lower lows and lower highs all the way down, especially obviously down to the very bottom of the drop, but especially since that move here where we are starting to kind of come back up. So like, for example, I'm zoomed all the way over here now. Make this a little bit bigger. continuing. But even here, I'm gonna zoom this out. You see how the price here was lower than the price was here? Like this was kind of like the lowest spot price for Ethereum. Like this is around, the fallout times of FTX. Like Celsius had already collapsed at this point. Terra Luna collapse was already like well past at this point, and so this is kind of like the bottom there on the spot market, and the sell-off was very intense to this bottom. And then you can see that spot price bottom, we have another kind of like bottom here where we're bouncing off that same kind of price range, but at that time the on balance volume continuing to make a lower low. And then same here where we finally got a high again after this huge sell-off, obviously not a higher high than the previous high. And then again, since then, even now, we're getting a higher high on the spot price on the weekly chart here, but we're failing to make higher highs still on the weekly on balance volume. So still hard for me to look at these metrics and be like, we are seeing a trend reversal, fully confirming into a new bull trend here. We are certainly seeing a trend reversal on the price action chart, but I'm not seeing the flip I want to see here just yet, which is a higher high and a higher low. So until we get that, I'd say the market is kind of ranging still not convinced that the bear cycle is entirely over. It would go a long way towards convincing me to see an on balance volume making higher highs and higher lows. But because we don't have that yet, let's keep that in mind and think that, we have basically a range then around like 21 and probably the bottom of the swing band if we were looking for a bounce. And we actually had been looking for that when we were overbought here. And you can see we pulled back and did touch actually to bounce right off the band. And that came in line with, the RSI cooling off as well. So now we do have a good amount of room here in the weekly. This is a couple months or weeks at least worth of room to keep going up before running out of steam on the momentum like that. But if we look real close, okay, yeah, the blue line's still leading the orange line, so we are still expecting the momentum to be moving upwards. You can see when the orange line leads the blue line, that is an indication of momentum downward kind of building. You can see as that's happening here, price trailing down. Generally speaking, during these downtrends, we always have the orange line leading the blue line, and on the uptrends, it's always the blue leading the orange. So what we can do is basically look for moments when these lines do their crossovers, like these types of crosses, to kind of indicate the momentum shifting into the other direction. Momentum still all right, still moving up. So generally, still kind of a bullish. Like looks like we're about to react at 19 again. We're at 1980 something or 1880 something earlier. So let's zoom closer again to the daily. And on the daily, we're also kind of like we are retesting our strength band, but we're also running out of room on the bottom side of the RSI. And then let's take a look at the unbalanced volume. You can see we're actually down to here right now, which last time, so a nice metric will be last time we had the same spot price was right in this range here. So in this range, our unbalanced volume was around here. And now that we're seeing a spot price around the same level again, which I guess we saw that here as well, you can see this is lower on balance volume, both here and here, like both here and here, than we saw when we saw these prices previously. When we saw these prices previously too, they were pushing on like that band and were rejected and made a new low. And I believe that was not a new lower low. So this is a higher low on here and a higher low on the unbalanced volume, but a higher low on the unbalanced volume coupled with a lower low here, but also a lower spot price. So this is not necessarily like a lower low in that sense. What I want to see is, the unbalanced volume climbing with the spot price either flatlining or being around the same range. And so when I do look for those kind of indications, it looks like, when we were in this kind of price range, like here, I guess here's actually not a bad one. So here you can see this level of unbalanced volume kind of in line with a similar spot price to currently. Maybe the spot price here was a little lower, but you can see similar range right now. It's not really a clear lower or anything. So I do think, let's give more weight to the actual price action chart here. We're above the strength band where we want to be bouncing from. So then what we're looking for now is a bounce in the coming weeks, potentially to make a new high beyond this previous peak, or we bounce and then sell off and move down. But some type of bounce, I feel like in the coming days, is in the books here, or in the stars, it feels like. And then with that in mind, let's take a look at really quick at wax and see how's wax looking. So here's wax on the daily. We have flipped the days to bull again, and we're just after that flip, we very much overbought. We pulled back. We found support right on the band, right where we'd want to find support to start to reverse the trend. We got the trend flipping green here, moving up still, and look at this climbing on balance volume, very clearly climbing, especially considering the previous price. Even this price is like higher than our current spot is, but look at the unbalanced volume, drastically higher. So unbalanced volume is absolutely making higher highs. The more we zoom out here, you can actually see the unbalanced volume for wax has been climbing pretty steadily, clearly making higher highs and then like higher lows when it does fall back down. So like you can see, especially interesting to note that the last time we saw the unbalanced volume as low as it was at the low price here of like 4 cents flat, it was about the same unbalanced volume metric level as we were seeing at 7 cents up here. So you can see, even though the price sold off really aggressively, the sell-off in the unbalanced volume much less, and this would be a higher low than the previous low, I would say. Let's zoom out even further, and we can see, generally speaking, wax. Let's look at wax during the bull market here. Wax having a nice bull run, and then doing what we kind of see it do. The unbalanced volume start selling off in a bear trend. We did get a little peak and retested the previous peak here, despite the spot price being drastically lower. This I would consider a higher high, actually. But after that, big sell off into this kind of a valley. But after that sell off, if we cut to here, we've been climbing on unbalanced volume since then, even though the price has been falling. That's more or less indicative to me of like an accumulation. At the same time, though, wax is a much, much less mature market than Bitcoin or Ethereum. And this unbalanced volume kind of like metric should therefore carry a little less weight than it would in a more mature market. So I am seeing like positive unbalanced volume activity, which is nice. And we're flipping our trend nice. So, and ultimately, I do believe we have some room here for wax to keep, at least keep above the strength band, which would be about 4.6 cents, and potentially looking to break out as accumulators keep filling their bags and reduce their sell pressure here. So it looks like people are more buying than selling, and money's entering into the market. We're actually above, we're back to a positive on balance volume. You can see the numbers there to the right go negative starting here, and have been negative since a majority of this bear market. We were negative, more selling, more sell pressure in general, and then we are back into the positive here. So kind of a nice flip. Let's take a look at the weekly too and see the longer term trend on wax, and if that is also giving us a little bit of a clear indication of a flip. And you can see wax again being a much less mature market, much shorter chart history here with the weekly chart, considering that each one of these candles is now 1 week worth of time. And so what we're looking at here is we just have enough data to start drawing in our strength band, and we are currently above that, looking for this to flip into the green basically, and then give us a print for bull, hopefully, at which point I would be expecting to see us probably push back to like 24-25 cents, generally, like not necessarily immediately, but relatively slowly. At the moment, this week, we are seeing kind of bullish stuff in the crypto market. On like Ethereum, it's starting to look more and more bullish kind of each week that we've been looking the last few weeks. There's also big, I think earnings tomorrow is going to be like in the stock market, by the way, a little pivot in my brain. It's kind of all in the same like folder. So in the stock market tomorrow, we have Netflix is doing earnings, Tesla is doing earnings. Tesla is more than Netflix, I think, is a pretty big chunk of like the weight in some of the indexes. So if these earnings reports are positive, which I kind of imagine both of them are going to have relatively positive earnings, we could see a nice, news infused pump in equities, which could spill a little bit more positive sentiment further into the crypto markets, especially considering some of the positive sentiment coming around in the last few weeks, like the Ripple lawsuit, asserting that selling crypto assets on a public exchange is not the same as selling unregistered securities. So those kind of news helping to bring general altcoins and crypto sentiment into a position where the sentiment can shift positively again without crazy amounts of like FUD having the ability to actually hold some water. So looking at the 1-day chart one more time, let's pick a range for this week. On the daily chart, I want to say, again, I want this band to be kind of my floor at the moment. If we lose the band, then I would say I would shift my sentiment back to short, or like to bearish, and maybe short sell some of these coins. At the moment, I'm still very much like the print. I'm very much a bull at the moment, so I'm going to be bullish on wax all the way down to about 4.5 cents or so, where this range is here, 4.6. And on the upside, like I said, I do think there is a decent amount of potential to move up building now. On the upside, I'm going to say, like, let's look at, when we fell here, we made kind of like this low, this like candle low. This was kind of like the floor there. And you can see that this floor is kind of also where our resistance is currently at the peak of these candle wicks. And so I would say this is probably a relatively decent level to track as resistance at the moment, and that is 5.6 cents. So again, we're around 4.6 and 5.6 cents for the coming week. And if we do get a breakout, that breakout more likely would go up versus down, in my opinion. And again, if we did get a big breakout, I'd also expect it to do something like these previous ones, where you do get a big breakout with an immediate correction back, and then a more of a slow crawl, rather than like we're going to jump and then not come back down. So even if I do create liquidity positions that are, not in a tighter range, and we get a more aggressive pump, I would expect that pump to move out of my range before falling back into my range by the end of the week. Hopefully it would be the kind of like takeaway. But like I said, I'd say the high portion here would be, this is kind of our range here, 5.6 cents. You can see this is also where we found support, not just on this first drop when we bounced here and then we got rejected again and started pushing down. This was another level of like still that same level, 5.6 or so cents. Support for a few days. We were chilling there. We bounced back up, retested the band, rejected, and then eventually lost that support and have pushed down. And now we're finally retesting to try to basically break through. What we're looking for with wax is a breakthrough 5.6. So we don't just want to see the price of wax going over 5.6 cents per unit briefly. We want to see a full trading day closing above 5.6 cents, meaning that one of these candles, opens its 24-hour cycle at or above 5.6 and closes that cycle also at or above, so that a full candle is sitting above it. Because even recently you can see there's been wicks and stuff that'll push quite a bit up, but then immediately are sold back off. So what we want is to see that push and that hold above. And again, if we do keep retracing back down, we do want to see support start to like materialize around 4.5 or 4.6 cents, meaning that if we start closing full trading days, and I would say maybe even like 4 hours, like the 4-hour chart will have a similar bearing here, where if we start to close full 4 hours below, 4.6, which would be like here, which is kind of here. You can see now I'm on the 4 hours, so it's getting a little. So basically, if you're zooming this close in, this was like our floor. We shot up, bounced, bounced higher. Basically, let's try to bounce higher is kind of like our thing here on the 4 hour. If we can bounce higher and keep, then I would say it's strong indication we're going to continue moving up. Looking at the 4 hour chart too, we are below the band right now, but we're also very oversold. And again, climbing on balance volume with climbing price metric. Generally speaking, this doesn't look too bearish to me yet. But again, we're at the 4 hour. The shorter you make your time frame, the more noisy this kind of chart becomes, and the less reliable the predictions you pull from this data is. And it's not that you can't pull good predictions; you definitely can. It's just that the predictions that you pull will be invalidated much quicker because these graphs print candles much quicker. So when we pull a pattern or a trading range from like a 1 week chart, that range should last us a couple weeks because it takes a couple weeks for that pattern to even start to change. Whereas if we're pulling, a similar pattern or a trend from like a 1 hour or a 4 hour chart, you should expect to continue to update your image of that pattern constantly by watching that chart, because that chart is going to be changing every 4 hours. Or every 1 hour even. So let's not zoom closer than 4 hours. That's kind of like, especially since we only do moves once a week with his wallets. So we're going to stick to the weekly and to the daily chart. And ultimately, generally speaking, I think it's a better strategy to stick with the longer time frames. This is also interesting to see. Look at during this pump, lots of money coming back into the on bounce volume, and then as we corrected back down all the way to where we were previously, literally all the way to the same floor, the unbalanced volume did not, like, the money didn't leave the market the way it did. Only the price action reflected that. And I have noticed that that's actually been kind of the case, not just on Qcoin, which is what we're looking at right now, but also at several other exchanges. So if I look at like Wax on Binance, similar story with the on balance volume making this accumulation trend of like climbing on bounce volume with falling spot price. So diverging with those two things is kind of an accumulation, a bullish indicator. Again, OKX, similar thing, much more aggressive jump over here. But let's see if we go to like, even just this section here, we're climbing and falling. We're just climbing on bounce volume. Let's check out a couple other ones just for fun here. So we're on OKX. Bitrex, do they still trade anything? I thought they went out of business, at least in America.
Bitrex in the United States shut down, but Bitrex Global is still functional.
Okay. So it looks
It's
like
the
Bitrex,
SEC that's fucking them, not the global market. The global market's fine. Just
a
all
lot of
these
people
exchanges have to close in the U.S.
Yeah, that's really dumb. Let's look at one more. Qcoin we already saw.
Oh, this is actually, speaking of big news. Big news! Oh boy! You can now withdraw Wax again from Crypto.com, which is fantastic because it's
Oh
pretty much
shit!
the only way to functionally buy Wax in America right now. And for the longest times, they're just like, withdrawals are broken. But yeah, I think it's because there's some sort of like, when they upgraded to Antelope, there's some sort of like exploit that could happen. So like all of the exchanges have to update. It just took them forever. But the one thing to mention also is if you use Crypto.com, there are now new deposit memos because they had to change the system. So if you have like your deposit memo saved that you normally send to, you're going to send to not your wallet anymore. So just be careful to double check your deposit memo before you send to Crypto.com if you're going to send there to sell now.
Good call. That's also just good practice in general. Always verify those memos and stuff every time. Assume that they could change literally every time, because they could. But yeah, so basically what I'm seeing here is that this week, I think generally speaking, the wax market is most likely going to stay above 4.6 and below 5.6, unless we get some kind of large scale like price activity or some kind of big like volatility event. And even if we do see a big volatility event, I would imagine that volatility pushing us either out above or down below that range before coming back into that range relatively quickly. So what I'm going to do in this coming week is basically trade the range that we've just talked about. So after looking at the markets, let's take a look now on Wax and see what do we want to do with our Wax investment. So
Boulder is asking, are there any exchanges that change Wax memo every time? I don't know if there are. That's an option in some
Like if
exchanges
you
though. Like
use
some exchanges, you can click a button to refresh the, that's like on the user to do more than like built into the exchange in my experience.
changenow.io will do it. Like if you use this will be a different memo every time.
I wouldn't
You
consider
go,
that like a centralized exchange
this is
though.
like a non-custodial. Well, that's not true. This is a custodial non-KYC swap. So you could be like, I'll do 1,000 wax into.
Yeah, it's the same thing for like if you buy gift cards on the gift card website we use, then yeah, it's going to be a different.
Yeah, it'll be a different one every time.
But
So
that's
yeah,
for
if
like
I
the
change
one-time
it,
swaps more than like what I would consider a, what most people consider an exchange.
we'll go exchange. I'd have to give it my wallet, which I will.
Change Now is actually not a bad option for people in America right now though, because it's
Really,
pretty hard
I've
to
used
source
this
wax.
for quite a bit. Connect
I think
this.
it might just use KuCoin though, if I'm being honest. Like, because I'm
They use
pretty sure.
KuCoin or Binance, or like they have a couple partners, but yeah,
Okay,
most of the stuff is settled at KuCoin.
because I had
So
an
then,
issue where during the R Planet hype phase, KuCoin was not working, and it took me 4 hours to get my wax. And there's an R Planet drop, and I was like, "Shit, I need the wax now." So I sent crypto to Change Now, and it still took 8 hours to get it from Change Now because it said to be from KuCoin, so it wasn't like any
yeah,
faster.
like if
So
KuCoin has
personally, I'd
like a
rather just use
withdrawal or
KuCoin.
something, this could fuck up. The other thing I like about this though, so this memo will be different every time you do a trade like this. The thing I've used in the past, and I've done like tens of thousands of dollars in trades through this service, so I'm relatively comfortable recommending it to people. But the really cool part about this is if you click the support button down here, you can like live chat with someone, be like, hey, I have a question.
I've also had an
And, like,
issue with that, and they like I think like my shit didn't show up, and then they like rerouted it for me. So I feel like the
yeah,
support actually works as far as like
it
it's
works.
scary as
And
fuck when your crypto doesn't show up, and then like hitting them up and they fixed it for me. I was like, okay,
yeah,
this
the
is
fact
fine.
that like, because the second I sent my 1,000 wax P, I'm not gonna already have the 0.0256 whatever ETH. I'm not gonna have this in my wallet right away. And there's a good amount of nerves that come with having sent, what 1,000 wax could be quite a bit of money to somebody who's sending this transaction. So having sent quite a bit of money and then not having it back and just kind of sitting in the void being like, I don't know what happened. It's really nice to be able to click support and chat with somebody. And then, most of the time when I've been impatient, they've just been like, "Oh yeah, it's processing. Don't worry, it'll be done in a minute," and then it is. And
Boulder
then
is
like,
also asking, can you send wax from your wallet to Change Now? Yeah, there is
yes,
no like wallet it holds for you really. Like you can't withdraw from Change Now.
it's
You put in the output wallet where you want it to show up, and then you send to directly from your wallet to the
yeah,
address,
you would do
and
this
then they
from
process
your
it,
wax
swap it,
wallet
and
to
then
this wallet.
deliver it. So like,
Yeah, and then this will say cool, it's confirming. Once it's this, it'll say exchanging, and then once it says sending to you, then the Ethereum will hit the wallet that you gave it. So there's never going to be a part where you need to then withdraw or whatever. You send your asset, and they send you back the flip asset of it once the transaction is
I would
finished.
say
And then
probably the
time in
biggest
between
benefit
you
of that
send it,
is it's just totally not KYC, like more so
yeah,
than any
this
other way
is
to
very
source
anonymous.
wax. Like they do not ask for your information, especially if you're using a VPN. Like they don't know who the hell you are.
Yeah.
Whereas like even KuCoin, you at least
They
have
don't
to like
limit you. They don't limit you like
input.
KuCoin, even though they're using KuCoin. Like I said, I've done like $12,000 in a single transaction through this, and it settled within like 10 minutes.
Yeah, KuCoin is a
And
2K daily limit. So if you
yeah,
don't
I
have a
wouldn't.
verified
Yeah,
identity on KuCoin, you can only do 2,000. So this would be. I mean, there's other ways, I guess. Like if you use
the
like Waxy,
12,000
you could get
was
Waxy
was
through
the cap.
Ether.
12,000 was the cap at the time, but what I was doing was it was during the Harmony 1 exploit. So I did 1, which is Harmony 1. Let's see if
If you
they
want to
actually
move
still.
more than $12,000 into Wax through DeFi without verifying your identity, you can use the Wax E pool on Ethereum, and you can trade much more than $12,000 into Wax E, and then you can convert that through the bridge to Wax P. So there are other ways. That way is just more expensive as far as gas fees and stuff goes. So if you're doing smaller amounts, Change Now is probably better. But if you're doing
It,
massive, like trying
it
to buy
was like
$20,000,
600,000. Yeah, it was 600,001 tokens, and I swapped them for like $12,000, like on Ethereum mainnet. You just US dollar coin, and it was actually a really good deal because the bridges were getting rocked, and I was able to get out with like I think it ended up being like a 6% price impact on a trade like that, while the bridges were already at like 20% price impact. So again, it's nice to know this exists. I wouldn't say like I do a lot of trading here. It's definitely like a backup option or something for when I'm in a pinch, I want to move money quickly between blockchains that I maybe don't have access to on my exchange, such as Harmony One token,
Boulder's
and I can move
asking,
those between different chains like XMR.
what
Like
is the
this would be
fee? The fee is baked into the estimated rate, so there's no
slippage.
hard fee, but you just see is that estimated rate that I'm going to receive, is that within my range of what I consider an appropriate fee? Just pretty reasonable. I don't know, you'd
It
have to
depends
go
on what you're into, because check
you'd
this
have to
out.
go
If we
type it
do
on KuCoin to see what the difference is in the fee.
let's do actually 5,000 is not using math. Let's do 10,000 wax P into USDT. So we're getting about 4.98 cents per wax, and right now wax is 5.1. So this is a pretty steep spread for this trade into mainnet, but this covers the Ethereum fee of sending USDT to your Ethereum wallet. If I use USDT on a cheaper network, like let's say like on Optimism, it'll probably be a better deal. Optimism is not available at the moment. How about Polygon? Let's do USD.
Tron.
Oh yeah, here TRX. That's a cheap network.
Tron is what I use for KuCoin to withdraw because it's cheaper.
So here you're getting less of a price impact on this, even though we're still trading into USDT, and it's because all the fees involved with moving these assets between your wallets are baked into the exchange rate. So like Lewis said, it's all baked in. So at this point here, you're getting for 10,000 wax, you're getting 5.04 cents, and the spot price says 5.1. So what is that? 113. So we're taking like a relatively small impact, and then it generally will scale. So I could go up to 100,000 wax, and it's still very, very much that same price impact. So this is really nice, especially again, I generally use this with like bigger lump sums, and usually to move between blockchains that I don't have a direct DeFi link to move between, such as maybe Wax P and Tron isn't like best example, but like Bitcoin, this is Bitcoin mainnet. This isn't like wrapped Bitcoin on some layer 2. This is actual Bitcoin in your Bitcoin wallet. Like when I say exchange here, I'm going to be providing a Bitcoin wallet address. And if I were to give it my Ethereum wallet, for example, for wrapped Bitcoin, or whatever this thing is, if I say next, it's like, nah, man, I need a real Bitcoin wallet. Like this is real Bitcoin. So that's kind of a cool thing. But yeah, kind of a sidetracked.
Crack is asking us if we're getting any wax Shibas. I think that's a new profile picture drop. Is it happening today? I don't know when it's happening, but that one didn't look as cool to me, if I'm going to be honest, as far as the artwork goes. But if you're in our Discord, if you post the link, I'll click on it and look at it.
This pool is doing pretty okay. $2 a day. I already made 250 wax or something. 280. Not bad. 290 something. But let's look at our actual DeFi wallet here, not my yield farming wallet. All right. So now that we're jumping back into Wax, let's see what we want to do on the Wax blockchain with our Wax. I got my max.ftw name. Someone else also scooped an FTW name on the name bid, which I can show that off.
You see what it was, like what the name is?
Yeah, I looked it up on here. Since I still own the, you can just check here. If you look at the actual FTW wallet, it'll show up. So you can always see whenever somebody makes a name. Here it is. So the owner, it was this is the name somebody made.
OG Dub.
OG Dub.ftw, and then here's me, max.ftw, and then somebody just bought straight up .ftw, which is like, damn, that's a pretty good one. I like that one.
Not make FTW?
Huh? Somebody made FTW. .ftw. Just because I own FTW.
FTW.ftw.
You could do FTW.ftw still, but this is just dot. You could also just do .ftw if you want, or .ftw. But yeah, here's like all the wallets that have been made with that. It's kind of cool. Plus,
That's
you
on
can
here. Let me
snoop and
link
see
that.
what the
That's
public
on.
keys are.
If anybody wants to make it, the fee is 5 wax and then a neon blend token. So if you collect our stuff, you can blend into the blend token, and then I believe most of that 5 wax just goes into your account resources. So it's hardly even like a fee.
You end up with like 3 wax worth of RAM, and then like 1.5 wax staked to your CPU and to your net, and that stuff is in your wallet, so you can then unstake it or sell the RAM. So you'll actually get the 5 wax back.
I don't see where even is that on WaxDAO.
So it is its own site. It is. Oh wait, I'm on Wax Blocks. It is like
Oh, it's
named.
names.waxdao, right?
Yeah, that's what it is. Let me
It's not
pull
even
it up.
linked. Like, he needs to put a link to that on the main page, otherwise you can't find it.
Yeah, I found it here. There's actually quite a few people with let's see. Let me find that site. Quite a few people offering wallets at the moment, which is kind of
How
cool.
you make .ftw, like, from the sense from a user's perspective, is you go to names.waxdao.io, you go to the .ftw extension, you can type in your own name, and then you need to just provide a you need to provide
Yeah,
your
I can figure
public
that out.
key, and the public key will link it to the private key. But if you're asking how Max got FTW, you have to bid on the name in the Wax name bids through the Blockchain Explorer, and you can get custom extensions, and then you can make any wallet dot the custom extension that you got.
Yeah, so if you're on Blocks, like I'm on Blocks right now, right? If you come up here where it says more and then accounts, there's this name bids section. So you can actually see what people are currently
You
trying to
also
buy
should do
as
it on Wax Block, I would say, instead of Blocks, because Blocks is no longer supported by Wax. But when you're doing a custom extension, it does not have to be like 12 letters, and it doesn't have to be the same thing as the normal wallet naming convention. Like, you can just do like a.ftw or b.ftw. Like, it doesn't need to be 12 characters, and you can do
Yeah,
whatever.
like prize. Someone's trying to buy prize.
Oh, you're saying you
Worker.
didn't understand how the periods work. I think periods are part of the naming convention, because if you look at like some of the web wallets are like c.fw.c3, like there's like multiple periods in the WAM. So I don't think periods are against the naming convention on Wax.
No, you're allowed to use periods. It's just that the last part of a wallet, dot, and then the last string can only be made by the owner of that. So like your dot wham wallet, there is a wallet called wham, just wham, and that wallet
He was asking
makes
about the periods.
every
He thought you
single
couldn't
dot.
use a period in a naming convention. That was like the question.
Oh yes, no periods, and then you can use numbers 1 through 5 as well. No zeros. So it's numbers and like alphanumeric
He has
plus.
Magic. He doesn't need to know any of this. He already owns a custom name extension.
Oh, nice.
He owns Magic, and you want to make period Magic. Yeah, you should be able to do that.
Yeah, you should be able to do that. Yeah, you can make period magic as your, and the way you would do that is you would sign into Wax Blocks, like right here, with your own wallet. You would go to like account with your Magic wallet specifically, because that's the only wallet on the Wax blockchain that has the permission to create a wallet named period Magic.
How did that
And then
work for WaxDAO? Did you have to give him permission to use your wallet to create new wallets?
yeah, I used FTW to sign a proxy permission to his contract, so he can assign, like he can basically query the name thing. It doesn't give him access to my wallet, only the ability to allow people to have permission to use my names. So yeah, if you own your own name, you can actually make your own version of that and sell. Like you could sell Magic, so I could make max.magic if I want to. You could make that on WaxDAO directly. And like a very quick way to find it, because I'm having a hard time finding it, is if I'm just gonna look in the announcements channel for the Wax Apes, because they recently were like, hey, you can use
just names.waxdao.io, I think.
Yeah, and then here's that, right? So then if you go to just the buy tab, you can see here are all the different wallet names that you could buy a name in, and you can see 0 is FTW because I was the first.
Also, you're charging way, like most people are charging 100 to 100 plus wax, and the neon blend
like
token's worth what, 15
if you
wax,
want like
so it's considerably cheaper than
like
all the other ones.
if you want like a .WARC one, for example, you'd click here, and then you'd say like I want max, and you'd say check availability, Max is available, so I could take max.arwac. Then I would come here. I'd use my public and active keys. These are both the public key side of that key pair. The
Yeah,
way
don't put
that
your
you
private
got
keys.
these keys is, I don't think if I open my Anchor wallet you can see it because I'm just sharing a screen. But if you have an Anchor wallet downloaded, you can go to the tools section of the Anchor wallet, and then you can say under, I think, like manage keys, there's a generate key pair button, and you can create new EOS key pairs. When you click the generate key pairs button, it will generate 2 pairs for you automatically. So when you click that, and then it'll show you the public key, which starts with EOS, and then the below that will be the private key, which starts with 5. All private keys start with the numeric number 5, and you will take the EOS string and paste that into the owner and the active key. And then once you finish, you also need, for this one, for example, you'd need 100 wax. They're asking for. Then you'd buy it. It would take the 100 wax from whatever wallet you're used to sign in here. And then what you would do is you would take the active key, the public key that you gave it here. You would take the private key for this, which would start with a 5, and you generate it, and you've never given this out anywhere, right? You would take that and recover a wallet in Anchor or in Wombat or wherever you want. You would recover that private key, and that would be your active key for that wallet. And then you would have a hot wallet ready to go with the name max.warc. And
I'm pretty
similarly,
I'm pretty anal with generating new keys, but the way I do it is I unplug my computer from the internet, I rip the friggin' Ethernet cable out, and then I generate the key offline so there's no way my key is connected to the internet. Then I write it down on a piece of paper outside of my computer, and then I delete that shit so there's no trace of it on my computer. But that's my anal convention of how to save your private keys. But I think it's a security risk to store your keys on your computer, because then if your computer is ever exploited and see the private key, they can recover all of your wax and all of your NFTs. And that even has happened to, like, I know people that were storing like Bitcoin keys on hard drives. They donated their computers after wiping the hard drive to, like,
yeah,
Goodwill or whatever. And then somebody that was smart was able to recover what was on the hard drive, and they got all of their Bitcoin stolen. So, like, uh,
yeah.
in
The thing
general,
I
I
did
would
when
not trust storing stuff
I
on hard drives. I would store it physically on your person if you have like a safe or somewhere you can keep it. But then that also requires you not to lose that piece of paper. If you lose that piece of paper, that's like your way to recover the wallet if your computer gets damaged. So it goes both
yeah,
ways. If you're not able to,
I sold my computer and I destroyed the hard drive. I removed the hard drive and unscrewed it, took the disk out, and drilled holes into the disk. Like, I'm not risking people stealing my private keys. I'm
it was like that scene
almost
in Office Space
super
where they
anal.
destroy the printers. Max just took a baseball bat and is like, "Die, motherfucker! Die,
I straight
motherfucker!
up, like
Die,
a power
motherfucker!
drill.
Stew!"
Like I broke that little disk in like into bits.
I
Same with,
wonder.
I had a solid state drive that failed. Instead of taking it straight to the recycling center, I drilled holes into it, and then I took those pieces to the recycling center. I am very anal about cybersecurity. But here's mine. So if you wanted to, for example, you could do plus, like you do a point, and then you see it would be point FTW, and it is available. You could say magic, and then check.
We
You
had a
could
few
make
other questions. I don't know the answer to this
magic.ftw.
question. Boulder's asking, can I use a different owner and active on Waxtao? I don't know. I feel like that's a Mike
Yes.
question.
Yeah, when you mean for making these wallets? Yes. So what you could do is you could derive, for example, if you have a hardware wallet, right, like a cold storage wallet, you could pull a public key for your owner wallet from your cold wallet, and then an active key from a hot wallet, and you could effectively create a hot wallet that is backed up with a cold wallet storage key. You can
Oh,
also use the same key on both owner and active. It's not great practice security wise speaking, but it will work. So if you only generate one EOS key instead of 2 different keys, you could use the same public key in both of these spots, and that would still work. And later
Rock
down the
Metal
line, you can
says,
always change the owners.
my friend etched their keys onto metal plates and buried them in the backyard. That's another thing I'll say is, like, Toon was saying this. He's like, oh, I wrote down my keys like 2 years ago and the ink is starting to fade. So, like, there is a
Yeah.
point where, like, writing the shit down is not permanent. So, like, if you really want to be safe, you
Yeah.
need something that lasts longer than ink on paper. But
So
that's a whole
I
other.
take it a little step further than that. Still, I have it also. Like what's that called? Like I hammered it into paper. You actually had like I didn't want to get it done somewhere because obviously if someone does it for you, they get the words. So I had like a whole kit of little like letters and I like hammered them into the metal sheet. But instead of it being all 24 words on a single sheet buried in one location, it's 12 words on 3 separate sheets and in 3 separate locations, and any 2 of those 3 would be enough to reconstruct the entire seed phrase. I also memorize my seed, so I have it in my mind,
I'm going to show off
and
something real quick too on
I can
screen.
just restore it from my
If you
memory.
want something like that without having to do so much manual work, they sell stuff like the Bill Fodle, this thing. It's not cheap, but it's made out of metal and it has metal engraved letters that
Oh,
you
so
like.
you just like slide them into play. You don't have to actually hammer them in. That's kind of nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, the hammering is
And,
really difficult. Like,
and then they
kind of
also have another one. This one is like a slide one. It's almost like a lock, but it has all the words. And you slide it into the letter it's supposed to be. But there's a couple options.
Here's a
They're
quick
also
demonstration on how to put together 2 different types of seeds, a BIP 39 12-word standard mnemonic seed and a BIP 39 24-word mnemonic seed. First, arrange the tiles in order on a flat surface, including the separators. Thread the tiles on the core of the capsule, 1 character at a time.
That's kind of cool.
For the
So each one of those represents a letter, and he just has like basically like a metal like rod with a bunch of little letters on it.
They also have this one. This is the Crypto Zeus. This one's intense as fuck, but
damn, that's wild. So I actually do also store certain seeds, not my cold storage seeds, mind you. Those only exist as those metal plates and in my mind. But I also will store like hot wallets, like my first .ftw wallet, for example. I have that backed up in my Google Drive. But before you get mad at me here for bad OPSEC, what I did was I used PGP encryption, so it stands for pretty good privacy. And the way that works is you basically it's similar to like if you use already crypto, you understand there's a public key and a private key. And what you do with PGP is you use your private key to encrypt, or your public key to encrypt something, and then only your private key can decrypt it. So what you could do if you want to communicate with people over insecure channels, such as Google Drive, storing something on Google Drive, or if somebody asks me for an email of like personal documents over the internet, or some stuff where it's like I'm not going to send you my fucking like personal information in an unencrypted message over the internet because I'm anal. So what I do then is ask for them, the party who's going to receive my information, make yourself a PGP private key like pair, and you send me the public key. I'll use the public key to encrypt my information, and then only you even though I encrypted the information, I can't decrypt it anymore. Only the person with the private key can decrypt it. So then I would send an encrypted message over a non-secure line of communication like Google Gmail or whatever. And then once they get that, they can use their keys to decrypt that information. So in the same way, I save my seed phrases or my private keys for these hot wallets in Google Drive, but the document in Google Drive is just this big long text file that says, start encryption, bunch of letters, end encryption, and then I have the private key to that stored, offline safely. And if I download this off of my Google Drive, I can very easily use my private key to decrypt it and get access to my hot wallet keys again. So there is good ways you can use cloud storage to kind of back up your stuff. Just make sure you know how to be safe about digital information. And then really quick,
MKY says, seems like this could help scammers that I could buy upgrade.wrc and burn.waxdow. And that's true. And that is the reason why we will not put Neon as one of the names that you can buy here, is because people could impersonate our collection. So it's really up to the collection owners to protect like the potentially malicious wallets based on the names. But also WARC is not a official WaxApe team wallet. The WaxApe collection is a separate name they bought. They own WaxApes. So that would be the ones associated with the WaxApe team. WARC are community wallets. So I guess you just have to know that. Yeah, like anything.neon is our team, which is why we will not give it to our community members, because then if they decide to be malicious, you can just assume anybody contacting you with the .neon wallet or interacting with you from a .neon wallet is on our team, but we will not let them publicly buy them. But that's sort of on the people making the wallets to decide that more so than the WaxDAO website. Just like people can create scam farms if they want. Like WaxDAO is a decentralized tool. People can do whatever they want on it. It's up to the creators and the customers to vet the stuff.
Let's see, farm.waxDAO is available.
I like this idea. GB Australia says, I thought about making a custom picture with 12 items drawn onto it that only I know what it represents. So people think that it's an art piece, but it is fact my keys. Well, now that I know that, I'm going to go over to your house and look at all of your art pieces very close. Just kidding.
Got him. No, now that
like taking
there's
notes,
also like I know someone who did like what they do, like they're they write like they write poems and stuff, and they have like a poem where it's something like their phone number or whatever, and so it's like if their phone number is like 818, it'd be like, okay, the 8th word, then like 1 word after that, then 8 words after that, and that's his seed phrase. So he like wrote a poem that contains the entire seed, but the legend to find those words is kind of hidden. The risk behind something like that is that seed phrases are generated from a predetermined list of words that doesn't include all words. And so even just having that poem from them, I could deduce down which of those words might be in his seed. And because I understand, they'll most likely be from top to bottom, left to right in an order, I can already deduce the order, and the brute force attack to crack a seed phrase that's been encrypted in that way is much, much easier than a brute force attack on something that doesn't have any of those. Like
a way to combat that would be to write a poem only using the seed phrase words.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I told him, that because he told me about it, and I was like, that those seed phrases have like a list of words that's not like, it's like an exhaustive list, like it's not unlimited. It's not every English word.
Boulder has a question, and I think this is a little misleading, and I don't even know why he gave you the option, but making a WaxDAO wallet, it costs like 100K wax. That's one of the 2 options. You can also make it with the WaxDAO token. So like, or the Wojak token. So like, it would make 0 sense to use a bajillion wax. You should be using the Wojak tokens, because that many Wojak tokens is not that expensive. The other confusing thing is I thought he was retiring the Wojak token for WaxDAO. So why doesn't he make it cost WaxDAO instead of Wojak? But that's a question for Mike.
100 million. This is still an ass load of Wojak tokens. Like, I wonder how much it would take to source this amount of Wojak. The way to do that, by the way, would be to do OTC, which I don't even think you can do right now because the price is out of range for OTC. But if you go to tokens on just regular WaxDAO, there's an OTC Wojak market. Whoops, and I clicked on the wrong one. Here, Wojak OTC market. And so if I want 100,
there's only 27 million available.
Yeah, so that's actually 263,000 wax. You're actually better off spending 100.
There's not even 100 million if you look at the total available. Like, that's not.
Oh yeah, there's only 27 million total to buy.
So never mind. Basically, that's impossible to buy. I don't know why Mike even made that.
Yeah, you like literally. This is like good luck buying this.
I guess that's for if somebody really, really wants to support WaxDAO, you can pay him. Is that 100,000 or a million wax? I can't even read it. I think it's 100,000.
3, 1, 2, 3. It's a million.
Oh, that's a million.
Yeah, damn.
So I don't know. What's a WaxDAO name worth to you?
Yeah, if you want to spend 1 million wax, that's, what is that, $50,000? You'd definitely be doing Mike a favor. I won't stop you.
Pretty hefty fee for a vanity wallet when you could just buy your own like
that one's high. Let's take a look at Relic. I'm curious what these other wallets do charge. So this one wants 500 wax, and it requires all of them, so you have to pay 500 for that. If you want the .fr extension,
that's the same person as Future Relic and Relic.
200 wax for that one. WaxDAO we just saw is 1 million. The Wax Ape Club is 100 wax for a wallet name. And then let's see, there's one more. ZA is new. 20 wax. Hey, that's not terrible. And so and then that compares to our FTW wallet here. If you want an FTW wallet, it's going to be 5 wax. Again, the 5 wax will be in your wallet. I'm not taking this. This actually pays out not even to a wallet that I own. This pays out to the contract address that makes the wallets. And then the only other thing is you need a blend token NFT, which
You can either
is
buy, or if you hold Neon Space, 2 commons or dims, 1 lit or uncommon, or like a third of a, you can't blend a third, but you get 3 blend tokens if you do, a rare or glow. So you can either blend into them or buy them, or you can buy 1 neon on Alcor or DeFi box and then send that to tokenized NFTs. So there's a bunch of different ways you can get blend tokens if you want to make an FTW wallet.
so FTW is basically like realistically maybe like a 15 wax cost, and 5 of that
Yeah,
is
that's,
immediately back in your wallet. And I
I'd
honestly
say
only made
15 to
it,
20
I mean, it
wax,
cost
but you get
something
5
at all
back.
just so it'd be cool, like because I like the little burn case for neon tokens.
The
Like to support
numbers
the collection
are
of it.
just the number that is made. Like 0 is the first one, 1 is the second one. It's the listing number.
Yeah. Yeah, so I was the first person to actually list a wallet name for sale because Mike was messaging me and telling me about this. So I was like helping him test it by setting it up. And then the next wallet was Relic. The next one was this. So
Yeah,
these
those
are
just
like
go
the
up
order.
sequentially, though. They don't really mean anything in relation to the wallet that you're getting. It's just when it was listed on the site.
Yeah. Oh, the FR has 2 ingredients. So let's see what the other. It was 200 wax and 50 NFTs from Future Relics.
It's a good way to burn some shit.
Yeah, not bad.
I
But
believe
yeah, I
the
mean,
person who owns FR is the same person that owns Relic, though, because Relic is from Future Relic, so that's actually the same person that's selling both of those.
That makes sense. I don't know. I thought it's cool. I like the FTW wallet. Obviously, if there's people in our community who would like an FTW wallet and can't like be bothered with the like blending or doing all this stuff, just hit us up in Discord. I'll make it for you.
Max has always
all you
made them
gotta
for
do-
free if you just
Yeah.
provide the public key, but
All you got to do
this
is
is
send me the
more
public key, and then
to test
yeah,
the
you can
tool,
have-
and now it's like automated, and you don't have to bother Max if you just want to do it when you want to.
Yeah,
So
that's also why I made it. I was initially going to make it only cost 1 blend token, but when we were troubleshooting and working through this with me and Mike, were working through it, it was like, well, then I would have to put up the wax to each new wallet that gets made, because each wallet that gets made, it's 5 wax and that gets transferred to the new wallet. And so I was like, okay, well, I can't do that indefinitely, but I can just have the user who gets that 5 wax pay that 5 wax. So that's why I actually added the 5 wax at all. Otherwise, this would have just been a blend token. But again, I don't feel bad about that. You guys get the wax back if you make a wallet. No big deal.
these are pretty cool, GB. If you're talking about just making an extension, like if you hit Max up, you could make gb.ftw if you wanted to, or if you wanted to. I don't know if GB is taken as far as. Can you look up on the Blockchain Explorer if GB, not .ftw, just if the custom extension is taken?
Wax blocks. So wax blocks, if we come up here to more, you can go to name.
You just type it into the account name, it should show up.
Yeah, just type in GB.
I don't think so.
Why isn't it loading?
Nope, no account GB. So you could. It costs about 700 to 800 wax right now, though, to do a name.
You'd also want to go here to name bids, and then you want to go to needs to be claimed, because these won't already exist. So someone may have already won the bid but not claimed it yet. So I'm going to do GB here. So it looks like GB. Nope, that's somebody else. That's the winner of the wallet, had GB in their name. No, GB is available. So
yeah, it looks like the realistic price is going to be around 800 wax. There's like a ton at 700 wax, so you're not going to get under that very easily. But and like 1,000 wax if you really want it, because the way this name bid works things is you have to be on the top for 24 hours, and
right here,
if people outbid you, then it resets for another 24 hours, and it's not on your name; it's on any name. So if like somebody wants to get prize, and the way it kind of sucks is people just keep like overbidding you by 1 over and over, so it can take weeks to get your name sometimes.
Yeah.
And
the other thing to remember is once you've put the bid in, like for example, this person who bought bag, right? They put up 1,250 wax. This wax left their wallet and is now sitting in the name bid, but they can't get it out. You can't cancel this until your name bid actually wins. So people who bid it, like let's say if you're like, fuck it, I'll just bid 420 or whatever for mine, you can't get your 420 wax back until everything above it sells. And it actually sits at the very top of the list for 24 hours. Like Liz said, I would stay above 800 something here. I'd be like maybe 855 or something. Maybe go above Jeff.
Sorry, Jeff. That's no thanks, pal
Again,
Jeff, who's in our community.
and then the other alternative here is if, let's say, you did the thing I was talking about, you put up 200 or 400 or whatever wax and it gets stuck, you can get it out by outbidding yourself. Because if a bid for the same name comes in higher, the lower cost bid becomes invalid and the money is returned. So the only ways to get your money out of this is either by winning a bid or by being outbid for the same name. Not just by being outbid by some other thing. So
Yeah,
heads
it'd be
up.
a lot cheaper if you do gb.ftw. That'll cost you 15 to 20 wax compared to 800. So it just depends on how much a vanity extension is worth to you.
But if you own GB, you could then sell .gb wallet names.
That's true.
The same way that I'm selling the .ftw ones. Or, you don't have to sell them. You can give them away. You can then basically, once you own the wallet GB, you have the only rights on this blockchain to create .gb wallets. So anybody who has a
Lewis, so I can make .lewis. I haven't made it yet, but hot.lewis is going to be my hot Lewis wallet.
You could sell Lewis wallets. You could do hot.lewis and stuff, and then you can let other people buy Lewis's if you wanted to.
This is also true. If your name is too cool or scammy, then worker.wax will outbid you. Worker.wax is a wax team wallet, and they take pretty much anything that's like if you try to do Marvel or like Hasbro or a major IP, they will outbid you. And if you do anything like wax name or like wax account, they'll also outbid you. Anything that looks like it's going to be used maliciously, which is actually what happened to Mike with WaxDAO. They outbid him with WaxDAO, but then they gave it to him for free because they will. If you prove to them that you run a legitimate project and you're not trying to scam people and they believe you, they will just give it to you for free if worker.wax outbids you. But like you can see right now, they're bidding on prize because they don't want like prize wallets to scam people. So anything that looks like it could be used maliciously, and you cannot outbid worker.wax. Like, I mean, I'm not going to say you can't, but they will just keep outbidding you, and they have the wax treasury funding them. So
I think I've seen like Van outbid them once for the name Meta. Van won that.
Van again.
Yeah. Oh, they outbid Van. Damn, because that bid
Van
went up
outbid them, but then they went above that.
Damn. Okay, so yeah, maybe you can't outbid worker. Also, if you go down far enough, everything is worker. Like, look at all these bids that worker's trying to buy. The other thing is, this is a fun place to snoop for what might be coming down the chain on Wax, because like when Funko, this worker bid for Funko, so when they
I think
their partners, like
Hot
Wheels,
Spider-Man before the Spider-Man drop happened. Yep. But also, there's a ton of false. Like, look, they have like Hasbro and a bunch of shit that never dropped on Wax. They have Nintendo, so like, it's not a perfect way to see what's coming to Wax. But you can occasionally find stuff that does come to Wax.
Paramount,
and also,
Paxos,
hello Kitty, we're doing good. How are you doing?
PlayStation, Sailor Moon. So Worker literally buys basically a bunch of like IP names directly, and a part of their strategy there is that onboard their like longer term goal, I imagine, is to onboard some of those IPs and be able to onboard them with the appropriate naming wallets and stuff for their collections.
They also they launched Street Fighter, so they have all those misspelled Street Fighter, so people don't try to like scam Street Fighter.
So people don't scam you, yeah.
Pop and Stock wants to know if Pop is available.
Pop, let's take a look. So first thing you want to do is just check regular accounts, Pop, and enter.
It looks like it's not available if it
Pop
pops
was
up.
created 1 year ago by KG whatever, so it is already out there. And then you can see like how active the wallet is. So it looks like
it is not
October 6, 2022, not crazy active. If you can find them, you can have somebody. There is an operation where you can sign owner keys to a different wallet. So like if you would be able to, if someone like you could buy FTW off me, for example. I offered it to Wombat because on EOS chain, if you make a wallet on EOS using the Wombat app, it's whatever .ftw. And so I reached out on like the support channel for Wombat, and I was like, hey, I own FTW on Wax. I paid 2,000 whatever Wax for it. You can have it from me for the price that I paid for it. Like I wasn't trying to gouge them, but they were kind of not into it. So I was like, okay, I'll just do it.
I also can't find this person though. One of my hacks for finding people is by just typing their .wham into Twitter, because a lot of people have to enter Twitter giveaways by typing their wham. Yeah. And also like that does not show up if you just type in like a Pop. It's going to come up with a bajillion things on Twitter, but that didn't exist on Twitter. So I don't know how you track this person down. They might not even be on Wax anymore for all we know.
Yeah, maybe you can get Pops. See, pops.dp somebody named, and .gm. Pops.wham is a pretty good one.
You could also maybe do like
Pops,
dot stock. I don't know if stock is taken, but you could do pops in dot stock.
or in .stock. That's good. So stock is not an account yet. So now that we've verified there isn't an existing one, you would then go to account name bids, and you would go to needs to be claimed and confirm it's also not waiting to be here. I'm going to look at stock. Oh, look, stock X is.
Why would you get stock X instead of stock? I feel like stock has to be in there too. That's weird.
Yeah, stock X is, but I don't see them with stock.
I feel like actually best case scenario is if you type in stock and then like the Wax team thinks you're trying to scam people, then you might get it for free.
That's actually true too. Yeah, if you get outbid for stock on worker by worker, and then you're like, "Hey, I'm popping stock, and here's my website, and here's why I wanted the wallet," they might just give it to you. But don't make that your strategy. I don't think they're in the business of just handing away free names. Although again,
they are if you're building legitimate projects on Wax, and also
building legitimate tools. Yeah, you could get that.
I want to say Wax Labs literally funded Pop and Stock, so they're aware of Pop and Stock and like would probably give them the name if they outbid them. But I don't know if they'd even outbid you because I don't think stock sounds like a scammy name necessarily.
Yeah, and then current bids would be the last place to check. And then if you don't see it, you can be like, okay, bid on name.
I feel like they've also said weird stuff like that's a bot that does that, and I don't believe that's a bot. I think worker.wax is controlled by real people because they do stuff. It's like how would a bot analyze like some of this stuff? But
it's definitely not like a standardized action that it's taking. It does seem to be like very reactive and like.
I think it was a miscommunication because somebody's asking like, "Hey, why did someone on your team outbid me in the Wax Discord?" And they're like, "Oh, that's a bot that automatically outbids people." It is like I don't know if the person who said that is the person who controls that account. Like I think there's a miscommunication internally on Wax, which is not the first time that would have happened.
It might be the bot actually pushes the transactions or whatever, but somebody's telling it what names to get it. It's not like the bot decides what names to buy.
This is what you'll get outbid for. He's saying, I see people trying to get brands. I remember when I was flipping domain names, buying brand drive names was against the law. But if you try to get a domain name, pretty much always worker.wax. Like if you look at what needs to be claimed, worker.wax will outbid you for those because they don't want you to try to, like if they're trying to onboard a major property, they don't want their first experience on Wax to be somebody blackmailing them for fucking price gouging them on their thing.
Also, look at the bids that they're bidding on. You got Paramount,
Pepsi, PlayStation, Sailor Moon, Samsung. Like, if you try to do those Xbox,
like, good luck finding one that's not already being bid on. Like they definitely are taking care.
I like this guy who bought Bum's a Bum. Like, what a weird extension to get.
Bum's a Bum. Isn't that 12 characters? Couldn't you just make this 1, 2, 3, 4? Yeah. What? You just make this without bidding on it?
And then you can't make extensions for it?
I don't think you can make extensions beyond 12 characters.
You can put stuff in front of it, can't you, if it's 12 characters afterwards?
Not if it's 12 characters already. Like for example, with FTW, for those name bids, you could do treasury.ftw, right? But for WaxDAO, you can't do treasury because it's not long enough. Watch. See, look, it stops at you. I can't type more.
Oh, so I guess not. I guess that person also never claimed it, so it's not like they're trying to make extensions. That's just a weird buy. It seems like somebody doesn't understand how Wax works, but
just have Wax like lined up. So that's the other thing. If you're unaware, you can actually make custom names without any of this bullshit that are exactly 12 characters long. So you see like my wallet name Max Collected, that I didn't pay for that. You can just make those, and the way you do that is really straightforward. When you're, you'd want to come to like Wax Blocks, you'd sign into like, I would do my cloud wallet if you don't already have like, your own wallet, I imagine at this point. And then you could just come up here to account, and I believe it is create.
There's that be in the more section account is like your account, I think.
Is it? Let's see, more claim vote accounts.
I don't know where that shit is on this.
Let's check wallet then.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, so it is here, and then you'd say not name bids. Wait, where is it?
I thought it was on there.
I thought it was
maybe utilities. What happens if you click utilities? I swear it was on that list though. Is that showing your private key right now?
No, pub is public keys.
It says private key right below that. Is that your actual private key?
No.
Because we should not be showing that on stream.
I hope not. That'd be a weird thing to show without like telling me what that is. Well, in case that was, let me be the first to revoke those permissions really quick here.
That seems like a major fucking oversight if that just displays
That'd be
that.
an insane thing.
It was
for
also
Wax to-
covered by our cameras, but still it showed like half of it, which is more than I'd like to show on stream.
Yeah. And that is what wallet is that? That's airdrop.neon.
Yeah, that's the one that has permission to mint NFTs on our collection, which is not
That
what we
is
want to be showing.
yeah, not what I want. So
Let me see if I can figure out how to make a new account on my own screen that's not being shared.
yeah, that's weird that it would show that. I don't think that would be the actual private key, but I'm not 100% sure, and that kind of wigs me the fuck out.
Let me check on my account.
I'm gonna revoke permissions from airdrops just in case.
I don't think it is because it doesn't start with a 5.
Yeah, that's usually that would
Right?
be the 10. They all start with 5, so yeah.
No, it's starting with PVT_K1 is what mine starts with.
It could be just a formatted version, like you can still derive the public key from that. You'd need the whole one. Since our cameras were blocking it, I feel like that would have saved it. But that doesn't change the fact that I'm still gonna revoke permissions. I don't like
That's
this.
weird. I swear this is where you made new wallets, though.
I thought so too.
I don't know.
Let's
The
see.
Waxblock website's still a little janky.
Oh, wait, NFT creator. I want to go to manage collection. Manage collection, and then I have to check on. It is here. Tools. I can make filters in it, claim royalties, submit whitelist request. No. Oh, they reorganized this. This used to be much easier to find. Well, I'm going to send myself a text to do this later, and I'm going to do this from my other account. Okay, I'm going to revoke those permissions later.
Yeah, I don't know how you make a new wallet on. To be honest, I don't even see a place where you can make a new wallet
That's
on.
super strange. Like, I guess here's just to wrap up that section of it. On blocks, it's much simpler. I would sign in here. Normally, it's under wallets, and then it is create account. You come here to create account. Same as before. You'd create your name, and here you would need to do like. So if I did like FTW, it would say must be 12 characters long. So you could say FTW max is cool. Boom. And now it actually would let me make FTW max is cool as a wallet. And then here again, you got your owner key, active key. So again, these are just the public side of the key pair. And then you'd use your private key to recover. And you'd say create account. The money here, the wax here that you're using to stake, this would be coming from whatever wallet you're signed into. And if you want these stakes to be owned by the wallet you're creating, you would want to check this. Transfer the stake resources to new account, which is how the Wax DAO tool works. So like that 5 wax that you're paying, basically it gets put into these 3 fields and then gets transferred to the new wallet. But if you want to just remote stake to the wallet, you don't have to transfer it over. And then you would say create account, it'll say success. And then you would just take the private key side of your active key. So not the owner, but the active keys. You take the private key side of this and recover that into your wallet application, like into your Alcor, Anchor wallet, into your Wombat wallet, whatever. And then it would, you'd paste that key and it would see, hey, this is the active key for, FTW Max is cool. And then you would have that wallet. So you
GB
can make
says if I get a 12-letter word, it'll create a new wallet, not rename my old wallet, and that's correct. Like you're
That's
making
correct.
a new wallet.
It's creating a new wallet.
I don't think there is a way to rename a wallet. Like you have to transfer everything. You can. There is a button that transfers all resources,
keys, but you can't change the names. Yeah, once you've made a name, that's the name.
People are also saying we can just generate new keys on our wallet.
yeah, you can generate new keys from inside Anchor, and then you
Thanks
can
for the
also
one that you
create-
showed on stream. Like this is
Yeah,
specific
that's what I
to
was
us,
gonna do.
not
I
a
was gonna
general thing for people.
First, I was going to revoke permissions, and then I was going to sign there's a transaction to assign a new owner key to the wallet. So I would basically assign a new owner key and then remove the existing one. So
The annoying thing though is that Mark and I
that
also have
person-
those keys, so now we're gonna have to re-encrypt the
and
keys and
those
send them and
we have
redistribute
to
to our
like
teams.
have
It's
to
a
get
pain in
your
the ass.
PTP stuff again.
Their
So
stupid
like when I
website
sent Mark the key,
doesn't auto hide the keys.
that was super weird. Yeah. And again, because of that, I would consider despite the fact that I'm like 99% sure we're okay, I'm considering that wallet compromised at this point. So you should too. Like if you have any kind of doubt at all, it's compromised. Take the time to fix it, make a new one, or migrate your permissions and your keys. There's no reason to play fast and loose with stuff that could affect.
I just posted this in the Wax unofficial. I might tag Lucas in it because that's not
Yeah,
cool
that was
they're
really stupid.
showing your private keys without having you reveal them.
What?
Fenris is also asking us, are you in touch with anybody from the Wax Cloud wallet? It doesn't show now how much time till stake claim like previous wallet. I think, doesn't it just like auto give you claim every day? Like, isn't there not a claim time for that? Or did Wax
there's a 24-hour cooldown, like hard coded into the Wax like blockchain basically. So when you claim rewards, you can't claim rewards again for 24 hours, but every 24 hours they are claimable again. And if you wanted to
learned
that,
recently,
you could sign into your Wax Cloud wallet on on Wax Blocks or on blocks.io, and you could say claim here, and it'll actually tell you if you can or can't claim, and how, like, if there is not a claim right now, it'll have a cooldown here and tell you like how long before your next claim. So there is a way to see that, and this is also a way that you used to be able to claim your Genesis block rewards from your cloud wallet, because for whatever reason that wasn't part of the claim stake rewards function within the cloud wallet. I'm not sure if they actually updated that.
What he's asking is, yes, but the previous wallet was counting down that 24 hours. Now I don't know how much time is left. That's worth mentioning. I would say the best way to do that is tag Lucas in. I'm pretty sure you're in that Telegram, right? The Wax unofficial Telegram. Lucas is in there. I feel like that would be a Lucas question. And that's basically what I just answered, Random King. Since we're talking about wallets, how often, where can I claim staking rewards? Max is showing you right now every 24 hours you can claim them.
Every 24 hours right here.
Wax blocks, but you can also claim them directly
and then if I go
through the cloud wallet as well.
So Wax blocks, I'm signed in to airdrop.io. I would just go to account. Or actually it would be wallet, sorry. So we go to wallet, and then here you can see there will be the claim. Let's see, manage CPU, unstake, stake. Where's the claim? Man, they don't make this as easy as blocks. I kind of wish they had just stuck with the blocks to like look at. Here, claim rewards. It's like a little button down below.
Just don't click
and
utility.
Then there you go. Yeah, exactly. It's a little bit. I would have expected it to be around where like
that actually does tell you it does count down, but I do agree that would be nice if it just counted down in the Wax wallet.
So you can claim right now, and then it'll like add up for here. But yeah, this is how you would do that. So you can do this from your cloud wallet, from any wallet. Just sign into Wax blocks. So you'd sign in top right up here, log into your wallet, and once you're in a wallet, you can then, like, for example, here's our DeFi wallet. We actually have a little bit of a stake in this wallet. And then we go up to the wallet tab up top to the claim rewards. And then look at this. We've made 0.024 wax off of, I think, like 6 wax that we staked. Not bad. The other thing is I might have to resubmit my vote permissions. So you can do that from here as well. So if you click on the vote tab, you can see your current vote strength. So this wallet's down to 85%. I already assigned my proxy here. So you can see I've selected proxy SX. So this is the proxy that we were recommending when we showed how to do this. If you don't already have that, you could come find her here, click the radio button like that, and then say vote, and then say assign, and then anytime you come back over here, it's already done through proxies, so I don't have to choose any of the block producers. My proxy's doing that for me, but I do still have to submit the votes. So I'm going to do that right now.
The other thing I learned is the stake weight is reset on Saturdays. So once a week is actually not good enough to stay at 100%. You have to do it every Saturday. Otherwise, you will not stay at 100%. That's like I don't really even understand why that happens, but Kafer said that somebody's like, I vote once a week and I'm always at like 96%. Why? You said once a week is good enough. He's like, you have to reset it on Saturday if you want to stay at 100%. So that is if you're real anal about staying at 100%, for whatever reason, Saturday is like the stake weight day. And that, again, I don't really understand the technical reason why, but for the practical of just using it, do it every Saturday.
Yeah. Oh, Pink is the top block producer. Let's go.
It doesn't really matter what you pick, Fenris, to be honest, because the Wax like treasury wallets can outvote all the people combined. But we generally choose a proxy for that reason, so you don't have to personally decide which ones you're voting for. And rank 13, if you look at the proxies, is the one we're using, I believe, right?
Yeah,
that's XAH4, and that's our that's a Wax community member, Alcy2 or Alice, and she's very knowledgeable about this stuff and she stays on top of it. So I trust her opinion, and that's who I proxy to and who we recommend proxying to.
Yeah.
But it honestly doesn't really matter. You can just vote for the top 21 and you're going to be good.
Yeah, if you just vote for them all, that also would work.
I think all that really matters is you're not voting for ones that like end up leaving. So if you vote for one and then they end up like being standby and then you can like, or like not even on the list anymore, then you can like, it doesn't qualify, but it really doesn't matter who you vote for otherwise.
Yeah. I think you have to vote for at least 16 active block producers. So if you're voting for only 16 and one of them becomes inactive, you could actually lose qualification for earning stake rewards as a staker. So the proxy mitigates that entirely.
Assuming the proxy updates. If the proxy doesn't update, you're in the same situation.
Yeah, slack off. Yeah, true. But yeah, that's kind of like how we would want to do that. And then now that I actually said vote, let me also claim the rewards. Why not? I think I maybe already did. No, let's do it.
Yeah, but I'm curious, how should I get info about them? There's no way to get info on the site. I mean, I can send you...
True, actually.
I can show some info if we want to look at it, but honestly, the real answer is it does not matter. No matter who you vote for, your vote doesn't influence this. Like, there are wallets with way more Wax than all of the users voting combined that are dictated by who the OIG selects. Whoever the OIG says is going to be the top 21 is who the Wax wallet to vote for, and that's who this top 21. So if we're being real from a practical sense, your vote does not matter in this. You just want to be voting for the ones that remain in the top 21, which is based on who the OIG select. But if you want to do a little bit of research, I do have a link that will show you like the reliability of the blockchain producers.
In case it is unclear, though, you must vote for at least 16 in order to receive any stake rewards at all. You could stake a bunch of Wax to your CPU and not vote, and you would not earn anything. So you do still get something for voting, just not necessarily in a voice equal to 1-to-1 of your, like amount of person that you are in Wax.
All
but
right.
yeah, that kind of.
I have my screen up. I'm showing people.
Oh, okay,
if you really want to look at the block producer reliability tracker, but the other thing is this only tracks the top 21. So if you're voting for the top 21 anyway, it's not tracking the people that aren't active. So it's like, this doesn't really give you information to vote for people that aren't active if you're trying to vote in people that are potentially better. But this does show you the most important metric, which we learned on our stream last Tuesday or whenever we did the blockchain producer thing, is rounds missed. Number of fully missed rounds, 12 blocks in a row by BP. This is likely, but not always, indicates there's you at a specified BP. The blocks missed can be an issue because if somebody in front of them fucks up, like we learned, like this is like a daisy chain of block producers. And if the person before them fucks up, they can actually cause the person after them to miss blocks because the previous blockchain producer isn't sending the data to them. So the round miss is actually the more like, which again, it says is not perfect, but that's like the more accurate way to determine which blockchain producer is actually messing up because they're less likely to make the people miss 12 in a row. But you can see, like, I don't know, Gray Mass is by far the lowest here. They've missed 46 rounds. And you can also do it by time. This is 1 month. You can do like a year, see who's been the best in the year. But again, this only measures the top 21 active ones. So it's not going to tell you like how reliable the people who are not active are, the standbys.
Yeah, like I vote for the Wax DAO BP, which is a standby block producer, but it's one of my votes. But it's like, as a support for Wax DAO and Mike D's like operations on Wax. Plus, I feel like
US Sweden's fucking crushing it. In the last year, they've missed 0 rounds.
Damn.
100% round availability. Shout out to
I don't
any
know, it
observation on Anders. He was
sounds
on our
like,
chat with the blockchain producers, and he knows what the fuck he's talking about.
yeah, it sounds like his approach with like industrial hardware is clearly producing results that are hard to stand up against.
The other one is Aloha EOS. They're the ones that onboarded Funko and I think like Drop, and then also Token Head. That's all Aloha EOS, I believe. They
Oh, damn.
haven't missed a single round, so they're killing it.
Damn, yeah, they
And
are.
Taco has also not missed any rounds, but I think Taco has been less. Like if you look at the
Taco's less-
scheduled blocks,
They're
Taco's
relatively
down at 800,000, so they haven't even been here for a full year. So this data isn't as complete as say US Sweden, who has the full amount you can get, and same with actually Aloha US doesn't even have as many blocks scheduled as
Dang.
Wax Sweden. I think that's because
good research,
Anders was
though.
saying that he has like automated stuff. Like if one of them goes down, they have an automated tool to switch it. Whereas Michael was arguing like you need a person to do that, but I mean based on
Yeah,
the
Nefty is Amsterdam, isn't it? EOS Amsterdam, or are they just Nefty?
Nefty Guild is Nefty.
Nefty Guild, that's what it is. Yeah, Nefty. Okay. And
Also in the news, Juan said he's like taking a break from Nefty today or yesterday. He posted that. He said he's taking a mental health break. He said he will not be leaving Nefty, and he's not leaving Wax, but he'll be back. But I thought that was an interesting update to Nefty.
Damn, I was hoping to hear
So-
some like news about their token, not that the main.
I also would have loved if they had an update to their token because they said news is coming like 6 months ago and haven't said anything. But I don't know.
Yeah.
Like if it's affecting his like physical and mental health, like it's better that
Yeah.
he takes a break and
Take
doesn't.
care of yourself first. Yeah, put on your own mask before helping others.
Yeah, so I hope he is able to recover
Like
quickly and he's able to take a break and do fine. But also, for my own selfish interest, I hope they get their shit together and do something with their token because
Yeah.
they haven't been doing anything
Yeah.
for a long time. Juan, who's Ramonster from
Juan
Nefty
from
Blocks.
Nefty Blocks.
Let's see if I can just
Yeah.
pull up this picture. I think I posted it in our Discord, so I'll read the full statement. Yeah, I don't blame him. It's really stressful working crypto.
Yeah, I get that too.
And I don't know,
There's
a lot of
also
people have mental health.
like yelling about. I mean, I do feel like they definitely like they got into a space that is like, you know, as pioneers, I would say, in a space that didn't have like a rule book on how to do things right, and they definitely didn't do everything right, and nobody did. So, like, I'm not trying to like single out Nefty, but I can see how that's cool.
Dear Nefty Blocks community, I hope this message finds you all well. As the head of Nefty Blocks, it's always been my privilege to work on building an amazing platform for all of you. Over the last couple of years, we've come a long way together, facing numerous challenges and celebrating countless victories. However, life can take unexpected turns, and we need to adapt to ensure our overall well-being. It is with this in mind that I'm writing you today. That's when I was reading this, I was like, oh shit, this is not going to be a good message.
Yeah, that's not a good start. Uh-oh.
That was the turn. And then it says, I've always been a strong advocate for mental health, and it's time for me to take my own advice. In order to replenish my strength, I've decided to take a temporary leave of absence from my position at Nefty Blocks. This decision comes after careful consideration is intended to help me focus on my own mental health, which, as we all know, is an incredibly important aspect of overall wellness. I want to reassure you that I'm not leaving forever, just stepping back for a while. My passion for this project and community we've built together remains undimmed, and I look forward to returning when I'm ready, armed with renewed energy, focus, and ideas. During my absence, the rest of the team will be available to support you. Nevertheless, bear in mind that their main focus is building the tools that you love and enjoy. Response times might be longer than usual. Thank you for understanding, your support, and being an incredible community. Stay strong and creative, and keep building. With warm regards, Juan. So that's news as of yesterday or last night, I believe.
Yeah, that's new to me too. I didn't hear that yet.
Also, if we want to go on people leaving stuff news, there's sad news for Blankos as well. Let me pull that one up. I got to screenshot it, and then actually, I kind of want to look at this. There's like a really fucking cool thing that was posted in Blankos yesterday that it's a little bit of a derail, but I feel like since we're now on this derail,
I kind of agree with Oaxaca too. I have kind of given up on suggesting improvements at Nefty Blocks because I do feel like they fall on deaf ears, and it's just not a great use of my time to like write up detailed suggestions and then just like no one responds to it, or there's never a follow up. It's just like, okay, like it's not my project, I guess. But I hope they come back. I hope they get there. I hope he feels like up to it again, and isn't. Hope he isn't like. Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully his mental health is good. It's good
All
that
right.
he's taking care of himself.
This is from Blankos, which has been one of my favorite blockchain games. Like the entire time I've been playing blockchain games, which they've had a 3D interactive playable platformer for over 2 years now, which is pretty wild in the NFT space. But Josh Foreman, who's been like kind of the heart of the community and of the game, he's their level designer, and he's even a character in the game. There's the Foreman; it's designed after him. We've been raiding into him. He does like those sweet, like like cosplay things where he's building armor and sword and like painting it and stuff. Like we've raided into several of his art streams. But he's like, I don't know, a legitimate artist, but he says basically, "Hey all, it's with a heavy heart that I'm announcing my departure from Mythical at the end of the month. I've really loved these past 3+ years, and especially at the time I've had to play with you all. Blankos is such a unique game, and I'm proud of the work I've got to do on it, but even more proud of the work that the builders have put in, creating a stunning amount of high quality levels that make the game what it is. I believe that the Blankos IP can be huge, and I hope to one day tell my grandkids that I got to be part of its origin story. Since I was managing the featuring for levels, we're going to need to come up with a more streamlined and community-driven process. We'll still have someone on our end ready to push the official feature button, but it'll be up to you all to get them the list of the highest quality levels each week. We've been building together for years now, so I have no doubt this community can collectively form in each other. I'll be around until the end of the month helping with that and any other transitional issues I can. I'm sure I'll be seeing you in the game from time to time. I do, after all, legitimately love playing and building. Josh the Foreman. That's creating a ton of FUD and Blankos because
I don't know.
Like the quality of Blankos is basically based on the quality the builders can make because the levels are all community design. Josh was actually the only hired person on their team building levels, so now Blankos doesn't have a level designer anymore, which concerns people that the quality of levels will go down. And he was the one finding the best builders and making sure their levels got put in the game. So removing him from that just seems like it could take a big hit on the quality of Blankos because Blankos is only as good as the levels that people build for it. So people are afraid this is like going to make a big downturn in the quality. And like the people that have built relationships with them over the past couple of years are like, are my levels no longer going to get featured? Like, how are we going to get our shit in the game? Like for the people that have been doing it for the past couple of years. So it's created a lot of FUD and uncertainty. Mainly that's really what fear, uncertainty, doubt is the perfect way to say that is people are just worried what's going to happen to Blankos now. Because Blankos has already kind of been in a rough spot for like the last 6 months to a year and already had like a bunch of things. So having the guy that was kind of holding together the community leave is not the best sign.
Yeah, he didn't really say why he was leaving, just that he's leaving.
Yeah, he didn't say why he's leaving either, but I don't know. It is what it is. I do think they can figure out a way for the community to figure out because you can vote for the quality of the map, so they can just make a thing like map testing, and then like maybe you earn extra credits for testing the maps, and then you can vote on the ones that you think are the best, and then those ones get pushed to the team to publish. Like I think it's possible to automate it without having a person doing that job, but it's more just disappointing that the person that's been doing it for a very long time is leaving, and he was also like well known and respected by the community, so the community is just sad that like one of their favorite people on the team is leaving, and he's been like actively involved for Blankos for 3 years. So it's like seeing the end of an era is what I would call it, which is just sad because people like him. But I do want to show this before I guess we get too into the DeFi stuff, since we are talking about Blankos. This is one of the most nuts thing I've seen like in a long time. What's Fenris is asking what you're inhaling. I think Max is smoking vape pen, like marijuana vape.
Oh yeah, just a little dab.
Unless that's against the Twitch terms of service, in which case that's definitely not marijuana. That's something else. But we live in California; it's legal here recreationally, so I don't think that's against the terms of service.
Yeah, there's a little vape, just a little toke. It's nice.
If it is, that's definitely tobacco. That's a fog machine. It's not even drugs. Anyway, this is kind of nuts. This is talking about like metaverse, and I would say that like no one in Web3 has actually done metaverse correctly. Like everything in metaverse is sort of just closed. Like this is our IP, and then our stuff within a closed. Like I don't know. Metaverse is supposed to bring everything together, and I guess just to summarize, they'll show it at the end. But at the end of this video, they show somebody running through Blankos. They open a portal, and Blankos is built in Unity, and they run into shit, I'm forgetting the other game engine, but like a different game engine without installing the other game engine. They can hop into a game by a other developer on another game engine and just transport that game. And then through that game, they launched into like Unreal and then like basically made a loop of portables without even installing the games. Like I don't know, this shit is pretty nuts and makes me bullish on Mythical. I was like, I've never heard of anybody doing something this cool, but it's kind of a 6-minute video, so it's a little long, but let's check it out.
So first on streaming, we always hear about the metaverse, right? Metaverse. It's not going to be driven by Roblox and Minecraft, right? Or, I'm sorry, Fortnite. We've talked to these teams. We talked about David and Tim. They're very concerned about they want to protect their walled gardens, right? They have no real interest in opening this.
I do want to say I think Fortnite is one of the closest things we have to a metaverse, as far as like metaverse should be where all of your favorite characters exist. Like I want to be able to play with Superman and Rick and Morty and like, you know, just pull everything from every IP. And Fortnite has amazing licensing. So I do actually think, like, even those guys just said Fortnite's not where metaverse can exist, it's a hell of a lot closer than anything in Web3 right now. But let's continue.
Right? And it makes sense. They're sitting on multi-billion-dollar industries. But what we are seeing is we're seeing a lot of other groups. And this is one piece I'll talk about at the end. We started a foundation called Mythos, and we love for so many developers to start joining us. But in that group right now, we actually have 22 other companies that have already joined Mythos. So we have groups like Animoca, we have groups like Sega and Krafton that makes PUBG,
Sega was part of it.
Netmarble, Ubisoft, Bandai. We have a lot of groups in Japan that have already joined. We have a lot of groups in Korea. We have really, really strong Web2 support already. This is where this innovation is going to come from. These groups are all looking now of how do we come together. There's even a DAO that these companies are now understanding what a DAO is and how to participate. We can start working.
I'm also part of the Mythos DAO. Let's go. I'm kind of an asshole though, and I like vote no on everything. There's a new game being proposed in the Mythos DAO, and they're trying to use AI generated content for it. Just like, the fuck out of here. I don't want the story written by AI for a video game you're launching and asking $400,000 for. So I'm voting no on that shit, but I am actually part of this Mythos DAO.
Working together to build this tech and doing it in an open fashion. So the other misnomer I really always hate to hear about metaverse, it's not just VR. You know, I think the metaverse is a 3D internet, right? It could end up being a full 3D internet that replaces, frankly, what we have now. So to build a 3D internet, we have to scale it like a 2D internet, right? So one of the secrets of why the internet works so well is it was open, right? As a consumer could go to Amazon.com, which is on AWS. It's on, I think they're rated C++, and it's on Amazon payment rails. And in a split second, I can go to Microsoft.com. And now I'm on .NET, on Azure, on Microsoft payments, right? It's super, super basic for consumers to move between experiences. To do that with 3D, we have to be able to build that type of tech. So obviously everybody goes to cloud gaming. So cloud gaming's been kind of a very interesting experiment, let's say. It actually works pretty well. We saw things like Stadia, Microsoft xCloud, NVIDIA's doing a lot of stuff around this. So why are these not taking off? Why are all games not streamed? Well, it's really
I literally used all of those. They were so fucking cool. Like, I participated in every one of those. I had a Stadia thing. I had a NVIDIA like on-demand thing. Because all that was like you would log in and then you could just play whatever game without installing it. Like, it's like all cloud computing. So like you'd pay like $10 a month or something, and you could like, play Sea of Thieves and then be like, okay, now I'm going to play Borderlands. Now I'm going to play all these different games that I don't actually own, and I don't actually have a computer that can handle this, but I don't need any of that. All I need is like a controller and a like generally pretty weak machine that could, display the graphics, and that was it.
You're gonna be excited about the next part.
The graphics get rendered on like the cloud, so all you are doing is like watching back like effectively like an H.264 video. It's like watching YouTube videos.
The shit they describe here reminds me of Silicon Valley. It's like what Pied Piper does, where they're just like, we just figured out a way to crunch this data and make it smaller. Like the shit he's describing, we'll get there, but it's like, this shit is pretty crazy and like high concept, and like, I don't know, most people in Web3 are not really thinking about it from this perspective. And like, I actually like, this video made me very excited about the future of Mythical, even if Blankos doesn't end up being the project that ends up being the one. Like, I don't know, just keep listening.
So to do these cloud gaming experiences, you have to have a dedicated GPU for every single player. So every game, has a dedicated GPU in the cloud to render that and output the game. Well, there's some other few techs out there right now, crypto mining, generative AI, ChatGPT, all these types of models now that are eating these GPUs up. And the average cost right now is about $2 an hour. So if you took this to Fortnite, when they launched the Travis Scott concert, they had 12.3 million concurrent players on just the first viewing alone. They're costing a whopping $25 million an hour to run this on cloud streaming. It's just not feasible. So we found a company a couple of years ago called Polystream, and Polystream was kind of the original, kind of the OG of streaming. They built the OnLive system about a decade ago. And they came up with a different tech. So instead of using cloud GPUs, they basically take the draw call information. I won't get too technical here.
This is like the Pied Piper shit. And also like that, like big on this thing is like Mythical acquired Polystream in December 2020. And they're like, we own this shit now. I don't know if they have like IP patents, but that could be huge. Like everything might have to run through whatever this is if they're going to be the ones controlling it.
They take the draw call information out of the game engines. They run it through machine learning, they compress that data, and then they fire that to the local machine, your local PC, Mac, or mobile, and they inject the data directly into the graphics card. So they use the local graphics card to do this. It works. It's very cool to see. So we actually acquired the company. They hit a financial wall. We bought the company outright. So we now own this tech. So in the last year, we've done two things with this tech, which is really interesting. One is we've been testing it against our first game called Blanco's Block Party. Now that's a Unity-based game, about 8 gigabytes to download. So if you wanted to get in that game, you're downloading 8 gigabytes, you're waiting for that to go. And we wanted to see how efficient could we make it. Well, we've been able to drop that install from 8 gigabytes down to 5 megabytes. So, and you only have to install it one time.
That's friggin' huge. 8 gigs to 5 megabytes. Like, I don't know. I don't know what sort of magic they're doing here, but that just sounds insane to me. Like, how do you compress it that much and still have it work? That's the other thing is they say, like, it's not like super crappy quality at 5 megabytes, like you'll see.
So once you have that installed, you can install it in literally less than 10 seconds. You can be in that game, full high definition game, full 60 frames a second. And the most amazing part is we've now got that running to where this game takes less bandwidth than Netflix. So if you can stream Netflix movie, you can stream the game. So this has been a huge, huge endeavor for us. We got it down to about 3 or 4 megabits.
That's also huge because a lot of people have issues with this stuff because of their internet connections and they can't process enough data through the internet to actually be able to use it. So like if you can stream Netflix, you can play these games at like 60 FPS. Like that's pretty friggin' impressive in my opinion.
A second. So now we kind of got this working and our cost structure is literally 4%. So I think we can do this for, right now it's probably about 20 cents per hour. So it's about a 90% discount to cloud streaming. But we think we can get this to possibly even down into the penny range. So it's starting to work. We can start doing some cool stuff with this. So the next piece is we wanted to challenge.
This is the thing I was originally talking about where like they're able to run into different games from the original game and they built portals into Blankos to test it. And I was just like, I don't know. This is the closest thing to metaverse I've ever seen. It's really fucking cool. You can run from one video game into another made by a different developer in a different software too. Not even like, oh, I'm running into like from Unity into Unreal. Like, check this out.
To team and say, hey, build us something you couldn't do without it, right? So again, everybody talks about metaverse. We're like, well, let's show our version of what we think metaverse could look like. So we built a demo called Portals. We've actually never showed this demo publicly before, but I thought I'd share it today. So what this is going to show you is you're going to see our game, you're going to see our Blankos game in Unity. And inside that game, there's going to be a portal that opens. And it's a different game on a different game engine. And watch how seamless it is to move between these. So, yeah. So I have my desktop, 5 megabyte loader, about 3 seconds, and I'm in the game, fully in the game. So now I'm streaming the game from a cold start, nothing installed on the machine. I can see and stream the entire Blankos game.
Damn.
So as I go in the game,
That's already really cool.
1080p, running through this about 3 or 4 megabits a second. So as I'm running through this junction here, we added a little demo into this called Portals. So again, this is a Unity game, about 8 gigabytes to download. When I turn around, you're going to see a portal appear, and inside that, you're going to see an Unreal 4 game running live inside of Unity. But not only that, I can walk through that portal, and I'm instantly in the other game and controlling that game. So I literally walk from one game to another game, from a different one game engine to another game engine completely seamlessly. So now I'm in Unreal 4, I'm running around. We even kind of play around with interoperability. You'll see the Billy Bones jacket. I'm now in Unreal 4. I see a Unity game running. It's a Lego style game running in the background here. I can walk up to this portal. You can see it running. I'm going to run through that portal, and I'm in a third game. Nothing installed on this machine. So I've literally moved from company to company without ever installing anything on my local machine. So we think this is really, really cool,
Yeah,
right?
that's
So
very metaverse.
why is this pretty interesting? Well, I think you start connecting companies together. Also, I think Web3 becomes really, really critical because that becomes your identity. That becomes your wallet.
So yeah, I don't know. I think that's super cool. Never seen anything like that.
Yeah, damn, that's wild. I have also not seen that before. That's what I think of, like, the concept of metaverse, not the like reality of metaverse. They're kind of nailing it.
And also, like, you don't need to own, like, Fortnite doesn't need to partner with Sega. They can both have their separate IPs, and then you can access them both of them from the same place. And like, you're not necessarily like competing with like, oh, we don't want to share our IP with these people and these people. Like, it's like anything you do in that game,
Yeah,
if you make purchases in that world, will go to the person who wants the money. But then you can also just go access, like you were saying, with like you can go on Amazon and then you can go on Microsoft.com, and they have separate payment portals and separate hosting things, but you can access them from the same browser, and that's what's connecting everything. And like, I don't know how like practical this is going to be, but like this very much excites me as somebody who's like never seen a proper example of metaverse, especially in Web3. If like people are able to connect their other IPs and be like, okay, like you have V-Bucks over here that you're spending, and then if you hop into this game, you have Mythos and you're spending that. So like both developers are
yeah,
making their share and they're both getting their cut, but you don't necessarily have to like as a user be installing separate things and jumping through the hoops and like it's
yeah.
all
That
connected.
part blows my mind that he's able to run into those games without installing them. That's like, wow, that's great. Damn,
I don't
I'm
know.
definitely looking
It's still
forward to like the next evolution of that kind of like
still on the
technology.
companies to allow each other to bridge their games into each other. So like there still is IP
Yeah,
issues. Like you can't just like, but I don't know, like maybe this is Steam in the future. Maybe Steam is a metaverse and Steam lets you run into
yeah,
each of the game portals. Like, I don't know. Maybe that's the future. Like this at least like puts a realistic way that these things could be connected in a way that has not made sense because like the reason metaverse can't exist right now is because of IP. You need to own the IP to use it, and companies aren't willing to share their IP with each other. Like
yeah. That's
Nintendo is
true.
not going to let you use Mario characters in fucking Metal Gear Solid. Like they're like don't want to share their IPs to keep them separate. But if they can connect each other through a way that like still keeps their customers and the purchases separate, then they might be more inclined to jump into this. So I think that's
Yeah,
pretty cool.
it would be pretty fun to be able to run through a portal in like Mario Galaxies and then go fight some people as Mario in Super Smash
Yeah, that would also
without
be cool.
swapping games or whatever. Just like, hold on, let's go brawl. Like a mini game within a different game almost. I don't know. That's
Talk
cool.
about kind of where that's at.
Yeah, well, maybe let's get to our DeFi stuff. Sorry, we got super sidetracked there, but since we were
Yeah.
talking about people leaving, that reminded me of Blankos, and then since we were talking about Blankos, that reminded me of like this just dropped yesterday in the Blanco server. That was like brand new information to me.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's jump back into this. I'm going to go back to webs sharing. Okay, so we did look at the market already, but let's take a
I agree with
let's
this. Fenrir says, yeah, but if you own Mortal Kombat and Final Fantasy on Steam, that doesn't mean you can transfer characters to each other game. That's true, but it's still a hell of a lot closer than what we have right now, in my opinion.
But it also seemed like when you walked through that portal, your like Sub-Zero character might turn into like, Sephiroth, or I don't know. I'm trying to think of like an actual playable character, and it's been a long time since I played Final Fantasy. But like it looked like the blank,
Cloud is
like you didn't play as
Cloud a
you
character
didn't
you can
play as
play
the
with?
Blanco in the next game. Like it changed into a different character, so it could still like those portals could like strip all the IP and leave it behind, and like you're entering as a like now, you know, like if you're Link and you're playing Zelda, you walk through a portal and then you like jump into Mario. You're not going to keep playing Mario as Link, or something like that. Maybe I don't really know. We'll see.
I also don't
I
think
would.
you necessarily need to. Like I don't know. The overall world is what's connecting all the IPs. They don't all need to exist in the same game engine for it to be a metaverse, in my opinion. I think that's a creative solution around that issue, in my opinion.
Yeah. Okay,
Also, the load times on that was insane. Like you're jumping from one game into another game, and you don't have either of those installed on your computer. That's all through the cloud. And also their whole thing where they're like, yeah, we got the cost down like 90 something % from cloud gaming. That alone is impressive as fuck. Like everything about that demonstration was just like, the hell, these guys are wizards over here. So I don't know. I'm excited to see where they take that. And again, it could end up never working because it could be like, you could see Sony be like, no, Nintendo players can't fucking run into our games. You're not allowed to do that. So like, it doesn't guarantee that it's going to work, but the prospect of it being able to work is actually a like realistic solution for the IP issue, in my opinion.
Yeah. All right, I'm
That's like the Polkadot That was like a Polkadot conference because Polkadot is partnered with Mythos or Mythical, but Mythical has their own blockchain, the Mythical blockchain. And they also have a token that's an ERC20 token that can be bridged to their own blockchain. But all Mythical games will be built on the Mythical blockchain. Mythos is the token for that, but they're trying to connect everything. They're not trying to make everything on Mythical chain. Like they're kind of a layer 2 solution for Ether.
Yeah. The Mythical token has been a little bit volatile.
I'm not sure I'd recommend buying into the token, but
Yeah.
I do think keeping track of what they're doing a lot of exciting stuff. I also really like NFL Rivals is probably if past Blanco is my favorite NFT game, but now my two favorite NFT games are both made by Mythical. So they do make good games in my opinion. And I'm actually looking out for Nitro Nation. It's dropping soon. That one looks less good to me, but I don't know. I'll at least try it out. But Nitro Nation is supposed to be dropping the closed beta like in the next couple of weeks. Nitro Nation World Tour is what it's called.
So here's what we want to see this week. Pretty much flat. Yeah, and then Nitro Nation. I haven't scooped any from that, but I do still have some Mythos from just like playing Rivals. So, well, from buying Rivals and selling them, you don't get it for playing. But yeah, let's take a look at the rest of.
Also, real quick update. Include Null says no, that's a generator. So the private key that we shared on stream was not our private key; it was a generated private key.
Oh, okay, good.
So that's a key generator, not the key on your wallet.
It's still weird that the private key section of it isn't just like, you know, a bunch of stars or whatever. Like, I don't necessarily want my private keys to be unencrypted when they are generated. But that's good to know. At least we know that it wasn't compromising our own keys. Plus, if you're going to generate your own keys, I just do it inside of the Anchor wallet. Like there is a generator right built into it. So I don't have to trust some like website generator, which you're still trusting, you know, the generator in your wallet app. But like Lewis said, you don't have to be connected to the internet to run it. So you could install the wallet onto an air-gapped device that isn't actually ever connected to the internet, and you could generate offline private keys. So it's something to think about. But let's take a look at what we're doing with on Wax. So since last week, we kind of left our stuff alone in these pools, and we've been kind of farming these yields. And so we have positions in this wallet which started as 100 Wax, spread between Alcor liquidity pools. So we have these 4 pools, and we also have 2 yield farms here, or liquidity farms on Taco Swap. These are 2 incentivized pools. It looks like we're doing right now still Wombat and CMW, and it looks like our stake yield for those is still quite high. Well, at least for Wombat, it looks like CMW maybe has ended. Since I do see we have liquidity here, but I don't see my liquidity showing up here under staked. So let me just go all and type in CMW. Yeah, it looks like CMW rewards ended. So that's definitely good to know. So we'll definitely pull those because we are mostly participating in that for the yield. But let's take a look at what we rotate that into. The other thing we're still farming is Wombat token. Taking a look at the Wombat token chart is going to be what keeps us deciding to stay or go. And the best place to chart token activity like that is, in my opinion, Wax on Edge app. So I'm signed into Wax on Edge. I can go to the swap tab. I can choose my token pair, which is going to be Wombat and Wax, and then it's going to for me chart with TradingView charts the actual price action of Wombat and Wax on Taco Swap. Lovely. So I can take a look at this and see how we're expecting the next week to go. Is this a pool we want to stay in? I just toggled it at the top here to the daily chart. Now each candle represents 1 day. We had a nice run up and then a sell-off, and now kind of like finding it looks like a bottom here and moving flat. So the nice thing about using TradingView is you can use the same indicators we were looking at earlier when we were just analyzing the regular market. I can't use my bull bear print because that is a custom script that me and Sid made, but I can use the RSI metric that we were looking at to see if it's overbought or oversold. I can also use the on balance volume, which is OBV. So here we go. We'll start with these two, and you can see RSI, for example, here on the daily chart starting to climb up to the top range. So as it is, finding a floor, it looks like we're also kind of running out of steam on the bounce up. This generally seems like it wants to keep moving down, or maybe not turn this range into a support. It most likely is retesting this resistance level, and maybe we'll be getting rejected. Part of that is also informed by the on balance volume here. So you can see during our run up, we had climbing on balance volume, especially here, like a big jump up and then just a steady climb. Really easy to kind of like get that sentiment of like, okay, this token price is climbing. And before this big old climb that we got, you can actually see we got a similar deal going with, hold on, I got a glare on my screen. Let me take a look and make sure it actually looks like what I think it is. Yeah, actually it does. So especially here with like a climb in the on balance volume, or at least not like a decline, and then as we start climbing, you can see we're making a higher high. So even before, as the price starting to break out, we're getting that confirmation along with our OBV. And then here you can see the SRSI starting to come into play here, and kind of flatlining on overbought for a long time. And it is actually noteworthy. This can, like, once you hit 100% overbought, it doesn't mean we're immediately going to sell down. It just means that generally speaking, the momentum has run out, and you can see that we actually hit that run out spot around here, and then we just kept running up and up and up while flatlining. So just this metric on its own isn't going to be enough to be like, okay, cool, time to not buy into this, because we would have missed all of this run up. But once we did finally get, to the peak here, you can see we got a little bit of a drop, but then subsequently making a higher high again, continuing our uptrend until recently, where we are now starting to drop, and it looks like actually making a lower. So here's the last low, and now we actually did very recently here sell off, and then this is actually kind of a bearish look, because look at this drop in unbounce volume here is happening while the price is pretty flat. So generally this is kind of a bearish look. And then the last thing, because I can't do my custom indicator, I'm going to use the Bollinger Bands. So just BB in the search here, Bollinger Bands, and then I can get it to draw out these the Bollinger Band range. And you can see, looking at that range, I'm just going to like clear some of these out so we don't have to share too much screen real estate. But you can see here the Bollinger Bands, generally speaking, the middle line is kind of our support resistance line during a trend. And so here, we were like below it, and then here where we broke above it, it would be like the beginning of the trend, the uptrend flip. And then as we're moving up, when we do pull back, we should expect to pull back to the middle line and find support and bounce. And in an uptrend, that is what we're seeing, up, up, up. Even this big steep drop, it's not below that line. We didn't actually break that middle line until here, where we can then be like, okay, now the trend is flipping. And now what we're looking for is for this middle line to act as resistance. So we are seeing that retests happening here to the middle line. And like we saw earlier on the SRSI, it looks like we're, approaching overbought. So the conjunction of approaching overbought along with being below that B-band support line, along with the decreasing on balance volume, makes me think that it's possible that in the coming week or so, this downtrend may continue. So we are kind of flatlining here. I imagine by the time the on balance volume matches up with us, we're going to start being pushed down by it, or we'll flip it and start pushing up again. But with all this chart information we're seeing, I think Wombat likely going to either coast flat for the coming week or possibly push down a little bit in terms of wax. That push down can be dramatically exacerbated if wax experiences a big pump. It's likely that if wax goes up in terms of US dollars very aggressively, that tokens that are already within a selling off trend like this would sell off aggressively as people try to get more wax during a wax boom. So not super hot on aping much more into the Wombat pool, but I'm also not pulling anything out. I think I'm going to let it ride what I have. I'm going to now check CMW as well. So CMW, let's take a look. We should find the CMW chart here. And in the same way, okay, so CMW, much more of a climb. I'm going to go back to the daily again. We're looking at CMW and wax on DeFi box here. So this isn't on Taco Swap, just a heads up. And let's add a similar set of indicators. So I like the SRSI, and I like the OBV, EV, and I'm going to add the Bollinger Bands as well. And so now with all of these, we can get a kind of a sense here. It looks like on balance, the SRSI, so our relative strength index, approaching overbought, and is it? Not yet flipping. So still blue still leading the orange, still kind of like in that upward momentum at the moment, but getting close to the top and looking to kind of run out of steam is what that looks like to me. Then we have the unbalanced volume. On-balance volume climbing and climbing and climbing along with the price. That's actually pretty good. I like to see that. As far as the sentiment feels, the market's moving bullish, and so does the unbalanced volume match that. And then lastly, the Bollinger Bands. I'm gonna minimize all this text. I'm gonna again kind of actually cut the excess charts here so we can free up our screen real estate. And here we are seeing a flip on the daily chart above those B-band lines. We did push below it immediately, kind of like retested, and then couldn't close above it after the retest close. Pushed below, and then did actually bounced again, kind of finding support around here, and now it looks like we have broken above the middle line again. So with our look at CMW, it looks likely that it wants to keep climbing. It's likely to see a pullback to the middle B-band line before continuing a climb so that the RSI has some time to cool off. So both of these potentially like flat with a little bit of a like downside, I would say. Not huge on aping into them, but it will depend on what kind of APR yield we can get for those. And then lastly, we were farming TLM and wax. Let's take a look at that chart. TLM. And the next thing I'm going to do, so I'll take a look at this chart once we get into our TLM move. But first things first, we already know we're not making any more CMW. So let's start by claiming our rewards from this wallet. I'm going to come up here, account and rewards, and I'm going to claim. See, we were earning CMW. We no longer are, it seems. So after claiming these rewards, the next step is I'm going to unwind our CMW liquidity by effectively just unstaking it. And so the way I'm going to do that is go over here on the liquidity tab. I see my CMW wax is here. I'm just going to say minus max and remove liquidity. Sign this transaction and it'll succeed. Now we have CMW and wax back in our wallet. I'm like I was looking here in our meal pool, and I don't see another place for the CMW to be supplied and earn us an incentive. So let's take a look if that incentive still exists on DeFi box. If it does, then I'm happy to farm CMW there, given the current like market conditions and that position still being of interest to us. So I'm going to DeFi box now, and I'm going to be on the market tab here. And what I'm looking for is CMW here, and then the percentage here. Now, this percentage alone could just mean that we saw a lot of volume today. So in order to check if I am getting paid for that, I'm going to go to swap, liquidity, wax and CMW, and then here click details. In this detail section, I can see that of that percentage, that 97%, 1.27 of that came from trade fees, and the rest of it, 90 6% of it is being paid out as an APR. So they call it RTAPY, which they call real-time APR or APY. That's APR. And then compounded APY, this is actually APY. So this is effectively saying that there's a 97% APR in this pool, and that 97% APR compounded daily equals 168% APY. So you wouldn't actually earn 167% in pure fees. The only way to reach this percentage would be to claim your fees daily and then add them back into the liquidity pool, which obviously exposes them to the price movement and very, very likely won't be just a flat price movement for a full year where you would experience this actual return. So I usually look at the APR. So we're at 97%. That's actually really high. So that's good. That's what I want. That's what I was basically making on Taco. I'm no longer making on Taco. So now I can just come here. I'm on the swap tab, liquidity, and I'm going to say add liquidity. And I'm going to add my CMW liquidity, which it should see if I was in the correct wallet. So I need to actually sign into the DeFi wallet, the same wallet as before. And let me do that. Okay, there we go. And there you go. Now it sees the CMW I have. And again, I just went to the DeFi box, wax.defibox.io, swap tab, liquidity tab. And then I could see that the APY is down here. I can look at the details and get the breakdown of how I'm getting that APR. And I am happy with that's what I was hoping for. So I'm going to add our liquidity here. We got about 24.76. So let's call it 25. This is about 50 wax worth of liquidity. So we're going to say confirm and confirm. And unlike Taco, DeFi Box pays its liquidity on a per block basis. So I'm going on Taco Swap, you make your yield from supplying liquidity, like these percentages, the 75% I make for my Wombat tokens, that gets distributed once a day and into your account and balances here, where right now I just claimed it, and so I don't see any new rewards, right? And I won't see anything until they do the claim distribution, which happens, I think, about 2 a.m. Pacific Standard Time every day, or at least around there. I've been noticing. Maybe it's like slightly different each day, maybe not, but it happens once every 24 hours. So when we're over on DeFi Box, which is, God, this fucking glare. There we go. When we're over on DeFi Box, you can see up here on your own wallet name, it would be these little three bars up here, and then you see this mining, and then you will start to see your CMW rewards accumulating here within like an hour or so of opening this liquidity position. So you'll be able to claim these rewards multiple times per day if you have an amount of liquidity that's worth doing that with. That might be something interesting that you are unaware of. But now we've added this liquidity. If I go to the MyPay page, we should see that we have about 50 wax worth of liquidity in, here it is. Yeah, 50 wax worth of liquidity in CMW wax. So it basically will round it up to us. So we have 50 wax of that. We still have our Wombat tokens, about 2 wax worth from our rewards. And then we have about 2 wax still worth of just liquid wax in here as well. So with the Wombat, and because we have almost equal parts of Wombat and wax, and again, I don't think the Wombat token's a bad longer term play. I really like it. I really like the yield that it pays. The runway that it has left for that yield is still 56 days. The token itself trades on, multiple blockchain, multiple centralized exchanges. It has deep liquidity outside of wax. And the project behind the token, the Wombat wallet, is a great tool that I actually use. I make my EOS account through there. I actually tell new users of crypto about it because it's a pretty easy onboarding experience, a very simple way to make a wallet. So I'm still a big fan of the Wombat token, the economy in general. Maybe Wombat Dungeon Master isn't like a reason behind my, buying Wombat tokens, but the rest of the Wombat ecosystem is definitely not hurting my my disposition for this token. The other thing I could look at also for Wombat is its trading value on KuCoin. Oh, and by the way, like we were looking at, this is Ethereum, and we are starting to kind of bounce right on the band, just like we expected. We're already up $7 since the last time we looked at this price. But we wanted to see Wombat. And we could do that here, Wombat USDC on KuCoin, and you can see recently, big sell-offs happening on KuCoin, huge drop in just the value of Wombat token. And so part of that is why we've seen a similar like drop happening on Wax. But at the same time, keep in mind that there is no direct path between the Wombat token that lives on the Wax blockchain and the Wombat tokens we're looking at here, because these Wombat tokens are from Ethereum mainnet or from the Polygon Matic chain. So they are the same token, the same distributor, the same company. There's just not a bridge ecosystem in place where people can easily arbitrage between these different blockchains. At least these disconnected versions of these blockchains anyway. I mean, Ethereum to Polygon is very possible. But because of that and this drop down, I was kind of like, let's scale down our exposure to the Wombat pool. I think a week or so ago, or 2 weeks ago, actually, at this point, it looks like we did that. I did that in my personal wallets too. This sell-off has also, looks like, pushed to the upper limit again of the SRSI and kind of been flatlining there. And so what we're probably going to see is, the red band kind of coming down and meeting our price action, and then likely rejecting that price and pushing it further down unless we start to see some, something different here. But these charts don't look super bullish. So for that reason, I'm not going to ape deeper into the Wombat Wax pool at the moment, but I am still going to compound our earnings from this last week. And by that, all I mean is I'm going to take the rewarded Wombat token plus the remaining Wax in my wallet, because those are already in even parts. I'm just going to add them both to the liquidity pool like this. So say add liquidity, and now we'll be earning like 89 or whatever the percentage APR is on that additional yield. I believe we maybe at one point had 100 Wax worth of parallel liquidity here. We're now down to, is this 80, 82, 84 almost, like 83.8 Wax. So we were definitely down a bit in terms of Wax. It's down more than we have been earning Wax to make up for that difference too. But again, Wombat token isn't something that I'm holding very tentatively. Wombat token is one of, like, I would say 5 tokens on the Wax blockchain that I actually actively participate in the ecosystem for and participate in supplying liquidity for. Those 5 tokens I would say are, Wax, TLM, Wombat, Honey from the NFT Hive, and then I still have a position in Nifty tokens as well as the USDT token, which is bridged over from EOS and introduced to the Wax ecosystem by the Alcord developers. Not like super into the mutability of those tokens, and the way that they're issued is not, like, strictly speaking, above, being hacked or manipulated in some way. But those are tokens that see extremely high value of volume of, trading activity, and those are all assets whose projects and whose like tokenomics I can get behind, at least enough to participate in supplying liquidity. And so, with all of that in mind, let's leave Taco behind, because we've pretty much claimed our rewards here and topped off this pool. We've also removed our CMW pool and migrated that over to DeFi Box, where there still is incentives being paid. So you can see here's DeFi Box. If I let me go like refresh, and then I wonder if it's already been enough time that we'll actually see some rewards already potentially. No, not yet, but we are going to be next week when we come to check on our position. We will have to remember. Oh no, there it is. So we are already starting to earn some CMW rewards, just for supplying that liquidity. So like you can see, these rewards are real time, not once a day. So if there are big yield opportunities, and you can find the yield again by just clicking on the markets tab. DeFi Box is a little glitchy, honestly. And also kind of not much trade activity here other than for Ether. Like it seems to me that our planet is basically the only token that uses this seriously. There is TLM volume, and TLM gets pretty good volume, period. But I'm pretty sure this 11% comes entirely from trade volume. I don't think they're incentivizing TLM. But you can always check by, you know, choosing a pair, TLM and Wax, for example, and then clicking on the liquidity tab, and then seeing here in the details, where is that coming from? And you can see, oh, there actually is an incentive. So the liquidity mining section would be the incentive. So they are paying some type of incentive. It's unclear to me what denomination this is in, but you are going to be making close to 10% rewards in a reward token. That might be TLM, it might be Wax, it might be Box token. Most likely it's Box token. But yeah, so there are farms also on DeFi Box like that. And that's kind of like how you would understand what the farms are paying and how to participate in them is, you know, keeping an eye on the right side here. But like not insane amount of volume or liquidity depth. Like Neon token is like a top 10 deepest pool on here, I think. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, eighth deepest pool. And we're at, what is that? 22,000 wax total, like bilateral liquidity. So that's not an insane amount of liquidity to be in the top 10. So not a crazy amount of liquidity here. So be aware. But there we go. That's what we're going to do. We're going to take the CMW token that we already were farming and continue farming just somewhere where the rewards actually still exist. And now we're going to jump over to Alcor. Last time on Alcor, we created a couple liquidity positions. Basically, these are 2 pools split into 4 positions. So the 2 pools we're farming are TLM Wax and Wax USDT. And this USDT is the bridge token from ETH that's issued by the Alcor team. You can actually see that by taking a look at the contract address here.
Fenris is asking, what about the Brawlers token? You think it's worth considering?
The Brawlers token is another one that's like, I like that one too. I feel like if I hadn't added Wax to the list of 5, I'd say Brawlers is next. Like Brawl, the Brawl currency. And that's because it is, you know, issued and minted by the Wax team. It has a bridge into Binance Smart Chain. It trades on PancakeSwap as well, I believe. And it can be sold in on KuCoin as well, like traded on KuCoin. So it's not just limited to the trading activity on Wax. And its distribution cycle, the mining phase and the, you know, issuing phase, and basically the section of that token's lifespan where it has a high inflation rate has already passed. So at this point, Brawl token is not necessarily being, you know, diluted much further. It all already exists in circulation, and a play on Brawl is basically a play on assuming that Wax and the team behind Wax Studio or Tyranno Studios behind that game gets their shit together to a point where they can introduce use cases for those tokens that actually drive demand. If they can't, I don't necessarily think that token's going to be tanking a whole lot further, and we'll likely see something along those lines if we chart Brawl token as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see like a rising on balance volume while the price is stagnant, for example. Brawl. So let's take a look really quick at the Brawl chart too. So this is Brawl in terms of Wax. And I'm going to go out to the daily. It's a very small history. Oh, it's because we're looking at the taco swap pool. Oh, let's see if we can change. Can we change to a different exchange? Maybe not. Which one's this? I only see the taco pool charted here. That's too bad. So let's take a look at Brawl then on Alcor. Also uses TradingView API like what we're looking at on Wax on Edge. So let's take a look. Hopefully the Alcor charts are also not going to be like super tiny, because Alcor's V2 liquidity, I think, reset a lot of their charts. Let's take a look. Here's the daily. There we go. So here we're seeing the daily chart. So you can see, similar to kind of like what I was expecting to see, the inflation phase of this token was here. This is when it was being printed. Obviously printed kind of into printed the price a little bit into oblivion. And then since then, we've kind of started leveling out, still moving down a bit, but like relatively flat here. And so let's take a look at, we have our on balance volume down here. And it is, it's hard to see with the dark blue and the black. So I'm going to come up here and toggle this to like daytime mode, which is that, there it is. So just make this one white, and now we can see this a little bit better. So here we go. I'm going to look like, basically we got this last slump down before we kind of are finding a little bottom here. And during that slump, we are seeing a similar slump moving down, down, down. But once we've kind of hit the floor, I'd say with this big old candle here, that's a pretty solid, like we're on the floor now. Since then, you know, we did sell off. This is interesting. We kept selling off on balance volume while the price started kind of like leveling out. And since here, despite the fact that the prices are dropping a bit, we're seeing on balance volume kind of start to recover. So generally, this is an indication that the trend is starting to rotate a little bit into like an accumulation phase, like people trying to like build a position before the token starts to climb again. But like I said, this token doesn't only trade on Alcor and on Wax, it also trades on Qcoin and on a few other markets. So to get a more clear perception on Brawl, we should also be looking at Brawl on Qcoin. So BRWL, there we go. And let's see, here's Qcoin. It trades on a few different exchanges, but I like Qcoin. We'll do Tether. And then here we are seeing similarly climbing on balance volume. You know, price is climbing, but you look at that on balance volume has been climbing this whole time while the price has kind of been and then coming back up a bit. And then you can also see, you know, we are on the daily chart. We're in a very much a bull trend still. We did get our bear print here, but the bear print without a red band isn't going to be something I act on. So what I'm looking for now is for a pullback to the band and then a flip, which if we're looking at our usual metrics here with the SRSI and the on balance volume, I'm seeing a climbing on balance volume making higher highs. I'm seeing you know, a pullback indicator with this bear print, but above our strength band. And I'm seeing that we're running out of steam on the move down. So generally, this is likely going to bounce on the daily chart here and probably push back up. Potentially again, you know, there's a decent amount of room up on these tokens. There's not a whole lot of you know, there's not a whole lot of sell pressure when there isn't a mining phase or a distribution phase that's currently active. So Brawl is another one
that Discord right now. I'm trying to see if they have any updates. I'm not sure if you can even bet the tokens in game right now. I think the primary use of the tokens right now is crafting for the people that own the Brawl CMs.
Yeah, I can also show you like my DeFi, like my Wax like yield farming wallet, because I do have a Brawl position, I have a honey position, I have a TLM position.
I did just see I'm bummed there. You can no longer use an anchor wallet in blockchain brawlers. They're doing cloud wallet only. I was like, well, that sucks because I have a bunch of stuff staked, so now I'm gonna have to like migrate. I'm not gonna be able to log in. I don't know. It's gonna be a pain to get my assets out of the game now. Basically, I think because I staked them to the game on my anchor wallet, but they're saying they're supposed to make the onboarding easier. I don't really understand how taking an option away does that, but
yeah, what make the onboarding option like? It should be optional. Like you shouldn't force everybody who knows how to do something to do it with a different thing. That's weird.
I think they just think it's confusing having two options for new users.
Maybe.
I will say the thing they did add that I think is good is like they have made numerous improvements to the Wax Cloud wallet when updating it to the Cloud wallet. One of the changes was excited to bring you is the ability for brand new players to set up a Cloud wallet for free using a temporary account feature. This is how Cloud wallet gets set up now by default. However, when someone decides to transact on the blockchain, there will be a standard fee to activate their blockchain-enabled wallet, and you can try before you buy without having to pay anything. So I guess that
That's
is kind of
cool.
cool for onboarding new users.
Yeah, I like that. But yeah, let's so Brawl is not like outside of my entirely out of my radar. I do like this idea, but it's more of like a longer shot. I'm waiting for like development. I want to know like Wax more than anything. I'm like kind of in touch with what's happening. So like when an announcement for like something comes out, I still have the time to act on filling my bags with tokens before like the general crowd floods into it. Although it's not a bad idea. Like I remember in the chat, someone was saying they were dollar cost averaging into like Nifty blocks token still. Dollar averaging is not a bad idea ever, especially when it's a token that you're trying to play a longer term move on. And what dollar averaging is as a strategy is you take a fixed amount of dollars, like let's say $5 every Monday, and then you just buy something like Brawl token or like Nifty tokens. You would buy $5 worth of Nifty tokens every Monday, no matter what the price is. And then over the course of months and months and months, you end up with an average cost of your entire Nifty token position averaged over all those months by, buying an average amount in
I
cash.
feel like I should have had our not financial advice banner going, but it's still very possible to lose money while DCAing if you buy into a token that never recovers past where you bought into it. So, it can be a good strategy, assuming the token is a solid token that recovers and goes above the lowest price you buy in, but you can definitely lose money doing that. I also wanted to address Boulder Magic is saying, are you talking about forcing everyone in blockchain brawlers to migrate from Anchor to the cloud wallet? That is what I was talking about. And Music Mogul is also the Music Mogul never even accepted Anchor wallets, but based on what they're doing with blockchain brawlers, I would say they probably will never accept it. I also think they can say it's for convenience, but one, it's less dev work for them. Two, they're trying to drive traffic through their own wallets. So it kind of forces users to be onboarded through their system. They sell advertising. They can sell better advertising if they say more users are actively using their wallet. So I don't know. They can say it's all about convenience, but it is also kind of in their best interest to pump their own products. So the cynic in me is like, yeah, they just want a bunch of people to use their wallet. They don't want people using Anchor because it's more beneficial for them to have more users on their wallet. But
so here's an interesting one. I actually use the
why are you on late mode right now?
Just so I can see the OBV metric. It's so dark on black. Yeah, I can move it back to that.
I hate light mode.
But yeah, normally I do too. But
I haven't checked Music Mogul though. Hamster's asking about. I don't think that's coming out yet still.
This was one where I actually pulled like a good amount of my liquidity from the liquidity pool for Nifty tokens around, I think like around here, like around 0.22, like well above the current price and well above the previous floor. And the reason for that was because we started making new all-time lows on the balance volume. Like, look at this. We started selling off. So it was like, okay, from this chart, when we were like at that point in history, it was like clearly at this point, like the price is just moving down and down, and the selling is just keeps selling and selling. So it's like clearly what's happening with the token is, people are earning the rewards and just selling them. And I was like, well, that's probably going to keep happening based on what these charts are showing me and based on like what the news and stuff about what Nifty was saying. And so that's when I pulled a good amount. I pulled like all of my liquidity from the pool, the taco pool that pays the rewards, like on the Nifty Blocks website. And what I ended up doing was I put all my Nifty tokens into a liquidity pool on Alcor, paired with no wax, and just was like, sell these for wax if the price of Nifty comes back above this area. And so they've actually just been kind of sitting in the pool without participating in liquidity, waiting to be sold at a higher price. But it was a decent, because the wax counterpart that I saved, would have lost all of this additional, which obviously I didn't like sell the very top or whatever, but like using this kind of like, okay, we're making a new low, we're trending down. Also, if I use like the same metric as before, like the Bollinger Bands, you'll be able to see that we were moving down and being rejected on that middle line constantly. So you can see that orange middle line here, basically around here when we stopped like chopping over it, right around here when we were below it, it was like, okay, we literally never spent more than a day above it. And so it's like, okay, we're definitely being like rejected constantly. We're in this trend down, and we've been in this trend down for quite a while, right until, relatively recently here, we're getting volatility. But look at this second bar here. This is the volume. That's like how much value is moving at these prices. And like, very low volume for this type of movement. So I don't know, not a whole lot of conviction here being added from seeing that price action. And then again, it's sticking below that middle line, still in that downtrend. And again, much volatility, low volume, but on balance volume, not climbing, like flat and moving down, while the price, like this price is pretty flat for this whole time. On balance volume, still slouching, still painting a picture for me not of people buying into and accumulating the token, but rather of people selling the yield of their token rewards. And it makes sense based on the tokenomics, where they're constantly pushing out rewards to incentivize their pool and minting those, and those tokens are coming into circulation. There isn't enough of a burn or a counterpart to people buying the tokens to eat up all that sell pressure, and it is being shown to us here on this unbalanced volume sinking, while the price stays relatively flat, or even like does these kind of like, look at these candles. These are these fucking candlesticks. The wicks are like way up here, so this price is skyrocketed during these little buys. But like, man, the unbalanced volume is unaffected, and the reason for that is because it's very low volume. So, unbalanced volume is about volume. It's like a weighted volume metric. So it's about the more volume and the more direction that volume is trading. But that's part of why I was like, I do farm Nefty, but it's a very non-active position. I'm very much like sitting on it. And I'll show that after I show this wallet off. But let's finish with what we want to do for this wallet. I'm going to go back to dark mode so my eyes don't die. And I'm going to
hardly mention, was Nefty affected by the price, like by Juan announcing that he was like, did it tank today, or is it still doing about the same it's doing?
That's a good question. Let's see.
I've been scrubbing the Blockchain Brawler Music Mogul Discords trying to figure out what's going on. And yeah, I know it's July right now, Yamster. They were saying it was supposed to come out by the end of this month, and that gives them, 2 weeks or less. So I would guess that they're going to delay it to August again. And I also just typed it, but I'll say it in case people are not reading our chat. But they said that the beta pretty much works for Music Mogul, but they said like the original game is basically just a clicker, and they have been saying that the clickers are no longer viable on Wax, so they're trying to make Music Mogul more interactive and make it like PvP, whatever the fuck that means. But they're basically like adding a new game type or something because they don't think the old demo is viable as a product on Wax now that the clickers just aren't doing as well. So whether or not that's true, or we're just going to literally see the same exact beta we played before, we won't know until they release it. But based on what Mike said, they're adding new features to the game, and it's pretty much done. He said it's at like 95%, but they need to polish it and add new features to make it a viable game, and they don't want to release it if it's not a viable game. But that was the last update in the Music Mogul Discord.
Nifty. I'm gonna take a look at Nifty. So it doesn't look like it appears to have reacted at all to the news on the Alcor spot market that we were looking at. But now I'm gonna jump over to the Nifty. This is Nifty on Taco. This is where most of the liquidity lives for Nifty Blocks token. So if I go to the daily chart on that, no, it's pretty unaffected. Like, it's kind of just cruising along here, doing its thing.
Pocket said if we break the 0.1 wax per Nifty downward, I'll be able to buy more. 0.05 would be nice. Wow, that's way below the drop price, isn't it?
Yeah, it definitely, like, and I also, like, just like you, I also have spot orders waiting for those prices. When I sold my Nifty, I took the counterpart wax and I just placed orders to buy at like 0.01, 0.05, like 005 or something like that. Like, I placed orders way the fuck down there, waiting
I'm
for,
still riding the friggin' LP and getting wrecked, I'm sure, but I don't know. It gives me enough. I sell my Nifty rewards, and it gives me enough wax to buy some of these profile picture projects like every couple of weeks. So good enough for me, even though I would obviously prefer if it wasn't just free falling.
Yeah, same. So yeah, there's some, like, you can see, like, here's the depth, the order book depth. If you go to the depth chart, you can see, like, oh god, I hate this fucking dark mode right now with my glare. I have a hard time seeing it. All right, here it is. So you can see kind of like not there's actually a decent amount of like people looking to buy. So big like wall you'd have to close before we can push much further. But here you can see basically the waiting. There's like 4,000 wax waiting to buy at 0.08. So in order for it to fall to 0.05, like you're waiting for, you'd be looking at 8,600 wax worth of Nifty token needing to be dumped before we
That's
get to
not
that.
that crazy for like
Not
people
that.
are just printing it as rewards and selling it. So I feel like it could hit that if people aren't buying it.
Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of like what we've
I
been
don't know
seeing.
who's buying Nifty right now. Like, I guess the only reason really to buy Nifty as a creator is if you want to do credit card drops, because level 3 stakers can charge credit card sales, which, because it's so hard to source wax in America right now, is actually not the fucking
Not a bad.
worst utility for a collection. Like, we might do our
It's
profile picture
also-
drop through Nifty and allow people to buy it with credit cards, because I think that would be beneficial.
Yeah, it's also if they do roll out some type of like utility for these tokens that is actually desirable, I feel like you can come right back to like here very quickly. So if you were to buy like at 0.01 and then come back and or not 0.01, but like at 0.1, yeah, if you could buy at 0.1 and then it pumps back up to like 23, you're making like 3x very quickly. And like look at this,
the not financial advice banner for this part of the
that's true, that's a good point. But yeah, I mean, even here, if we were watching this, you could have been buying this entire time around here and then just set a limit trade to sell like at double where you bought, and it would have triggered during this candle.
I think that literally is probably a creator buying enough to get a 45k stake. Like, you can see those spikes because of that, because if somebody's going from 0 to trying to get like a level 3 stake, you do have to put in pretty big orders.
Yeah. And so if you are curious about, and by the way, looking at the unbalanced volume again, still very clean, just like downward trend. So I haven't seen the trend reverse yet. We are looking for higher highs, higher lows on the unbalanced volume to help us kind of like get a better sentiment for Nifty still.
I do think
but
that
here,
like, as far as teams on wax, like Nifty is a blockchain producer and they're not leaving wax, so you can't guarantee their token's going to recover in price ever, but it's pretty safe to say that they're going to be around in 6 months. Whereas like some of these game tokens, you never know. Like, they can disappear as fast as they come up. Whereas Nifty at least has a track record of being around for a couple of years and continuously releasing new products. And it is a little disappointing that Juan is taking a leave, but they still have other people on their team building tools. It's not like Nifty's just going on pause. And Boulder
really
earlier asked who's going to be the head now that Juan is gone. I don't know, but he did have like a co-partner, right? I forget his name, but
team, but they didn't make it clear who was like stepping in to fill Juan's shoes.
I think it would be whoever let me see if I can find, like, there's like 2 guys that are the main guys on Nifty, but the other one isn't as public facing. Like, Juan was the one that goes on streams and stuff, so I guess the other guy is, but he's not like necessarily the guy that's like posting all the announcements in Discord and going on streams and stuff, but I forget his name. And also Discord's all screwed up for me. I can't see the user's name, so I don't know. That'd be something to ask them in their Discord. I'll read through the general chat and see if anybody's already asked and seen, and I'll get back.
Let's take a look. All right. In the meantime, though, I want to take our liquidity from these pools and target it a little bit tighter to earn a little bit more yield from what we have. So I'm going to start by removing all 3 of these USDT wax pools. I'm going to like recreate them in a second with a bit more of a targeted liquidity. So to remove them, just clicking the remove and claim tokens after clicking manage position. It's very straightforward. So we got that one. Again, I'm going to say manage on the next one down. Claim fees. Actually, this one we can actually kind of leave this one alone. Because look at this range. 600%. This is our, if wax does a crazy pump, this position is going to use our wax to participate in that pump. So I'm cool leaving the 8 wax alone. Let's leave that one in our Hail Mary. Maybe we'll get a huge pump kind of catch thing there. And so hold on, I'm gonna refresh and see that the other pool should disappear, the one that we already closed. And it has. And now I'm going to also withdraw this second portion. And then lastly, I want to remake this pool. So the other pool I have open is TLM and Wax. And we're not making an absurd amount of yield here. So let's see. We're at like $1. This is $2.15, right? And we're expecting to make about 0.3 cents per day on that. So let me do some quick math and see what is this APR based on our current position. So we have $2.15, right? Yeah, let's say 2.15, and then we're making 0.03. So that would be, we're making about $1.20 per year on 2.15. That's not bad. That's better than what I thought we were going to make. Because initially I was going to say we might want to pull this liquidity and farm on DeFi Box, because DeFi Box is offering liquidity incentives for this pair already, and they're paying 11%. We're doing way better than 11%. So let's not fuck with this. This is actually pretty solid. We're right in the center of our range, basically. We have 12% on the down end and 18% on the upper end. So we're right in the center of this kind of range. Likely the week will continue to swing back and forth. But if you see, we're making $1.20. So the way, let's see, 0.003, right? So the way I'm assuming $1.20 is, it's telling me one day is 0.0033. And I'm multiplying that times 365 days in a year. That's $1.20. And then if I divide $1.20 by our 215 liquidity, it'll tell us that we're actually earning 56% in APR from this pool. So that's great. I actually kind of like that. So what we're going to do instead of trying to pull liquidity here is I'm going to claim the rewards, only the rewards, and I'm going to compound those by just adding them right back into the pool. So I'm signing the claim rewards transaction like this. And now I'm going to say increase liquidity here at the top, and I'm going to take my TLM. It's going to take the counterpart, and I'm going to add the liquidity. This way, I'll commit to the same range I had committed to initially. And since we just did the math here, we have around $2.15, earning 0.33 cents per 24 hours while we're in range. That is over 55% APR. That's great. And we're making it directly in our token. And again, that's APR on our existing liquidity. If we come here and claim this every week and compound into the position, that makes our APY percentage significantly higher. So we could be looking at over 60% for supplying liquidity to this. And I will show you my pool and my other wallet after this to kind of give a better idea. And then this one we were going to leave alone. So now we've pulled Wax and USDT. I'm just going to click on the wallet tab. Whoops, wallet tab, not docs. Boo, you should open the docs in a different window, not the same window. But I'm going to click on the wallet tab, and we're going to see we have 52 Wax in our wallet. Plus, we should also have USDT, not Wax USDT. There it is. We also have 5 Wax worth of Wax, or $5 worth of Wax USDT. So both of these, so we have 52 Wax worth about $270, and we have $5 worth of USDT. Let's use this to create a liquidity pool that is much more targeted and closer to the range that we were charting when we first were reading our chart. I'm going to do Wax, and then that range was about 5.6 and 4.6, I believe. So we're going to look at kind of here, all of these, we're on the daily chart. So all of these days we're closing above a price of, I'm going to lean in to deal with the glare, 4.778 or something. So I'm going to go a little lower than that, which is kind of here on our band. So yeah, around 4.6, 4.65. And then on the upside, we would do also like, let's do like two, the peak of these candles where they keep getting rejected is also like 5.6. So now let's with in mind like 4.6 to 5.6. let's see how much liquidity do I have to have on either side of that, and then let's adjust that range a little bit to fit what we already have in our wallet, since we already have USDT and WAX. So it sounds a little complicated the way I just said that, but just watch what I mean by that is I'm going to create a position. I'm doing WAX and USDT. 0.3% is where you see 100% selected. You don't want to have to pay to create a new pool. And then we're going to do our range here. So this is it's already in USD per WAX. So we want it to be at 0.046 on the low end. And then we want it to be at 0.057 or so on the high end. That puts our range 10% below the spot and 11% above. So if we have 52 WAX, it requires a counterpart of 275. We have 5. So we could produce more of a counterpart than this. So the way we could do that is by contracting our range. So what that would mean is what we want to do is basically here, right now we're saying use this money to buy WAX down to this price and sell it up to this price, right? So to make our range a little bigger, I'm going to say 5.8 on the upper range. But now, like you can see, it's only requiring 2.3 of my USD, and I still have 5.1. So what I could do is expand my lower range. So it's like, okay, if we do fall below 4.6, I'd like to buy more WAX. So I'm gonna let's do like to 4.41, 4.42. If I now set this to 52, it now requires a counterpart of 3.25. Let's drop all the way to 4 cents flat, and I don't think I'd go much lower than this. But let's take a look at what that requires. So that's actually more than we have. 530, we're at 512 is what we have. So let's go up from 4 flat. Let's go up. Oops. 0.06. Let's check again. There you go. That's almost 5. We could probably go a little bit deeper than that. 511. We have 512. This is perfect within our range. Now you can see we're going to set a range that is 21% below the current market. So we'll be buying WAX all the way down to 4 cents, 4.4. And we'll be selling the WAX we have all the way up to 5.8 with this position. If we go below 4.4, we will have 100% of this wallet in WAX. And therefore, we'll effectively have an average, we'll have bought WAX at an average price between the current price and 21% below the current price, if that happens. If the WAX price starts to pump, we will have sold all of our WAX by the time we reach 5.8. And at that point, we will be 100% in USDT. And so you'd expect maybe like $7.50 or $8 in USDT sitting here, and we'd be out of range at that point. So I feel like this range is something I can get into. I'm going to supply this. So I'm going to say add liquidity. Hopefully everything works. If not, we'll troubleshoot. Let's see. I'm clicking sign. I got a success message, and so everything worked fine. It doesn't show up right away, so I'm gonna refresh the pools page here, and I should see it next. And sometimes this will happen where I don't see it right away, and it can be nerve-wracking, as always with crypto, when you don't see something going through, but you no longer see the WAX in your wallet. And so another refresh probably is going to resolve this. And if it doesn't, we'll see. Okay, and it did. But if it didn't, you could click on your, the balance here to take you to WAX blocks, and you could check what's happened, and you can see here's the transactions that took my WAX and what they were. And this orange clock represents that, the validation of the transaction isn't entirely complete yet.
Okay. I need the price to go up.
Damn it, that's the wrong sound I was trying to do. Can devs do something?
I can't take this anymore. Every day I'm checking the price and it's dipping. Every day I check the price, bad price. I can't take this anymore, man. I have overinvested by a lot. It is what it is, but I need the price to go up. Can devs do something?
There it is.
Devs do something? There it is. Yeah,
Sorry to interrupt
but
your
what this will tell you is if this still has the orange little clock next to it, it's possible that your transaction isn't finalized yet, and the smart contract may not see it. So what you can do is, click the little transaction hash, and you can see the cooldown for the transaction to become irreversible. Once this is finished, you should absolutely see everything that you've done reflected in, Alcor and in any other aspect of the blockchain. So yeah, but again, a refresh fixed it. So, no panic, just chill. Like, see, it works. If you see the wax left your wallet, something happened and it worked. But that's how you would check. So now for next week, what we have here is our position 52 wax plus 5. So I'm actually curious how much this is worth. Like 780? I'm curious how much that is in terms of wax now. So if we do 7.8, so we have about 150. Remember, we started with 100 wax. We have about 150 wax in this liquidity pool now. Another 8.5. So let's say we'll call it 100 and what was it, 150 something, or was it 150 flat? Maybe we can call it. We'll call it 107.8. 150. Oh, this time it's going to take a second. Oh, actually, I have to choose a token. 151.
Also, I want to read his comment real quick. He said, on rewards basis, NFT Hive is crushing it. With 350 honey, I get 5x more wax than 30k NFT. And then he said, honey needs to mature and become less profitable, so it bounces with NFT.
Yeah, I totally agree. So actually, I think in this wallet, we can show that off too, because I think I have one honey token staked in our wallet. So if I go to NFT Hive, let's see. I'm going to log in with Anchor.
I also have a post about NFT if I can share my screen real quick. I'll show it off. I was trying to just see if they're saying anything about who would take over. There's no post about that, but somebody is questioning what's going on with the token. Let me get Max out of the way. They said somebody said fair to take a pause. I did that too, but the question still remains: are there any public roadmap of what features NFT Blocks is working on, and what happened to all the money from the drop? Basically, they're saying they don't think they followed through on what they did with the drop. And then the team member said, we developed all the features promised in the white paper. With the bear market, the reserves were severely affected. We've had to reduce our staff by nearly 90%. We would like to focus on delivering what is not already out there. We've even considered making the whole platform open source, but it all takes time. We started focusing on making the whole platform embeddable and adding missing features and refreshing the existing ones. We keep working on it, and that will not change in the near future. So that was kind of the official team response to what's going on with NFT.
Okay.
I think it's fair. Also,
fair enough.
It is tough in a bear market, and they already had to reduce their staff by 90%, which means less tools are going to be able to be developed if 9 out of 10 people are no longer working on it. So I think it's fair. It's disappointing, but I think it's fair.
Yeah, I kind of agree. Here's the example from what we were doing. I got to go back to scroll down a little bit to the rewards that I got from claiming our stake rewards. Where's that transaction? Where is that one? Damn, we've done a decent amount of transactions since then already. But we got, I think, 0.2 or 0.02 something wax for 6 wax that we have staked in this wallet. Let's see, let's swap Alcor. CT, no, those are all liquidity pool moves. Swap. It was very little. And I will say we have been staking the honey a little longer, but take a look at this honey. We have 1 honey token staked in this wallet, and it's made us half of a wax. It's definitely not been half a year or something since we did this. And we bought this honey token for 0.6 wax. And that was back when we were like, I think honey's a good buy at anything this low. It was like after it had kind of collapsed really hard for a hot second. It's come back since then. But yeah, look, Honey pays huge yields, and I'm going to claim this today because I believe it no longer pays a basket of assets. At least in my main wallet, I'm only earning Honey and Wax, which I actually kind of prefer. Initially, I thought the basket was a cool idea because of all the different tokens you get, but a lot of those tokens are like project specific, and if I'm just letting this sit here for like a year and come claiming it, a year later, most of those tokens are worthless. So the fact that they're automatically like deposited as Wax now is kind of cool. But so I've claimed all of our rewards from the Honey stake, and we're gonna leave this one Honey token staked. But we can come check on this again in a couple weeks and see how the Honey stake is performing. And like I said, it does quite well. I have a few Honey staked as well, and they really do better than my Wax stake. Let me grab this. But yeah, I think for what we want to do with the DeFi move, that's kind of it. That's what I wanted to accomplish. I've removed the pools from Taco that no longer were printing, and I reformed them on DeFi Box where the yield still exists. I then also cleared out our different pools for USDT Wax, and I made them into a more kind of a wider but a single pool. And we're leaving our TLM pool alone because although the performance doesn't look crazy impressive at 0.004 or so USD or US dollars, so like half a penny per day, we did the math on what half a penny a day equals when we're only supplying like $2.20 worth of liquidity to begin with, and that math actually works out to substantial, like 55% or so APR. So this pool is still quite worth our while. And on that same vein, I wanted to show my own like performance in that, which is I have a little hardware device here in my hand trying to.
I think after this, we'll do a giveaway too. Do a refresher. We've been doing some tech stuff for a while, and then probably call it a stream. But
yeah,
I think we have some Sune packs to give away still. I also kind of want to play a couple Hard Rock Nick videos now that we got in the Hard Rock Nick mood. That dude cracks me up. He's such a ridiculous dude.
Yeah. So I actually haven't messed with this today. I usually claim these rewards about once a day, sometimes once every other day. So this is Yield Farming is the name of this wallet. It's just exactly 12 characters. So I just made this account for free. No need to bid or anything. Back in the day, I think there's also Yield Farmers and Yield Farm something, but Yield Farming is me. And so if I go to my wallet here on pools, let's reload. You can see a decent amount of different liquidity pools that I'm in on this wallet. And so, like, for example, these top ones, the higher up the list they are, the less they've been interacted with. Whenever you interact with one of your pools, they drop to the bottom of your list. So a lot of these, like the neon ones, I just like don't really fuck with. Like I put some liquidity in there and I just let it ride. But then like same with Chimp and Wax, like Chimp pays insane yield. Look at this. I made 3 Chimp token. And it's because Chimp token is not fungible beyond whole numbers. It has no decimal places. And so when somebody spends Chimp token into the swap like this, if someone's like, okay, I want to swap Chimp for Wax, the liquidity supplier gets a fee paid in Chimp. And if that fee is 0.01 Chimp token, guess how many Chimp token I get? I get 1 because you can't divide it. So Chimp token, they straight up, that's a great pool to be a market maker in because the Chimp tokens, they'll just fucking pay you out the fucking nose in Chimp. And that's why I have this pool open. It's really wide. It's like 390% price range. So huge range. And I don't really care that it barely fucking moves because when it moves, I'm making assloads of Chimp token, like literally 10 times more than I'm making in Wax. And that's because of the lack of precision in the token contract. And all that means is the token doesn't have decimals. It can't be divided below 1. And therefore, as the liquidity provider, any fee that I get is minimum 1 token. So that's a wonderful position to be in. Below that, I have some Red Fox. I don't really fuck with this either, but I bought this a while ago, and this is an example of one of those pools where it's like, I own these tokens. I would sell them for more than they're currently worth, but they're not trading at that price. And so what I've done is, here's the liquidity pool, and you can see that, you know, I'm way outside of the range. But if the price of this token ever starts to climb, I'll start to sell my tokens here. I bought them here, but, you know, so this is basically just, I don't know, I'll let this sit, whatever, I don't fuck with this. Active yield farming stuff starts below this. So here's Wax USDT. All these pools I'll check like once a day or so, once every other day. And so you can see this one's out of range right now. It's insanely tight range. So you can see how small my range here is. You know, 5% total range up and down. And let's see what I've earned here. Yeah, look, even though it's out of range right now, in the last 24 hours, it's still about 60 cents. It's not crazy high, considering there's $350 in liquidity in that pool. And the next one down, I have the Brawl. This is a similar deal where I have, you know, a lot of upside. I'm willing to sell Brawl between current price all the way up to 130% above current price, but I'm not willing to buy it for much less. So I'm only like, I guess 38%. Like this, basically, I started this position with just 5,000 Brawl, like total, and I bought the 5,000 Brawl much lower. So I bought the 5,000 Brawl, and then I opened this position 5,000 Brawl, 0 Wax. And since Brawl has started to come back, I'm back in range now, and so that's an easy way for me to do this type of liquidity. It's the same as my Nefty pool. So here's the Nefty I was talking about the other day. I had like 10,000 Nefty or something like that. Tokens, you can see there they are, 8,500 are left, and I'm willing to sell them as the price of Nefty recovers all the way back, you know, 73% from where it currently is. If it gets that high, then great, like I've sold all my Nefty and will have made all my money back basically. But I'm not willing to keep a counterpart of you know, $44 worth of Nefty would require $44 worth of Wax, which would be like 850 Wax. I'm not cool with spending another 850 Wax on more Nefty tokens, so I've put a cap on that, and that's how this position sits. And this, again, not going to make me as much as like farming in Taco, but hey, if we start falling below here, by the time my 84 remaining Wax that I'm willing to still have on the line is bought into Nefty, by the time we've dropped this low, there's no more Wax going to be sold into Nefty from my wallet, and I'm more cool with this than I am with like earning a little bit higher yield from a pool. And then here's like the real moneymaker is TLM Wax. And so like this one, for example, this is super low today, $2. Like I said, I claimed the shit like once a day or 2 days ago. So I made like $16 or something in the last like 2 days in just supplying liquidity. This is a relatively big position. This is like a 10 or 11,000 Wax worth of liquidity. And you can see the range is really small. And the reason I don't do such a wide range as I did with our DeFi wallet just now, the one I showed, is because the DeFi wallet I check once a week, and I only make moves on stream. This wallet I check every day. And you know, if we start to fall to the bottom of my range, for example, meaning that all of my Wax will have been spent and bought into TLM, I might, you know, remove let's say like 65% of the liquidity, swap that into Wax again, and then open a second pool that overlaps my first pool but has more room down. And that way I can keep in range and also kind of like stepstone down. And that's kind of like how I farm this pool. But again, like this is super low. Like $2 a day isn't, like this pool usually does like double or triple this. And you can even see that in what I've earned here. It's quite a bit more. And like I said, I've claimed these every other day at least. The other one is this Wax USDT pool. This one also does really well. And you can see, again, insanely tight range, only 5%. But again, I watched this pool very closely. And so what I'm doing is, again, I put up dollars and I'm willing to use those dollars. I'll buy Wax as it drops and I'll sell the Wax as it climbs. And in order for, in exchange for supplying all of this liquidity, which is like a decent amount, what, $300, $400, like $500 worth of liquidity in this pool, But because of how small I made the range, I own 37% of this entire pool. And let me compare that to my wax pool or the TLM pool. I own 13% of this entire pool. And if we look at the swap tab here and we check out these pools, so I'm doing wax TLM and I'm going to click on this little icon here to bring up the chart. And then I'm going to check volume. And I can see here, this is 7 days. And you can see like on this day, for example, that's $15,000 worth of volume. And that's not an abnormal day. If I look at the month, like 10,000 or so per day is like, that's 11, that's 12. Like on a good day, we're seeing like 34,000. And again, US dollars worth of trading volume against this pair alone. And when you look at a pool like my pool here, if I own 13% of this pool, what that means is that I'm supplying 13% of $34,000 worth of volume on that day. And so, you know, that adds up. That's why you're seeing like $16 worth of yield in a matter of days. And so, like I said, this is about 10,000 wax or so, 11,000 wax, I'd say, worth of liquidity initially. And this will make me between 90 and 150 wax per day, where a 10,000 wax stake position will make me much, much less than that. Not even close to 100 wax a day. But this is like reliably that amount of wax. And then, like what Paco was saying earlier, the honey token also solid buy. It produces great yield. So if we're looking at here's honey, the marketplace, I'm going to sign into my wallet. I staked a few. So when the honey exploit happened recently, if you guys remember, there was a flash crash kind of honey token. I was doing the liquidity providing on Alcor, and I was similar to right now. I was like an enormous portion. So if we look at my Alcor honey position, for example, I'm only 36% of the pool. And a big part of that is because I pulled a lot of my honey token out of the pool and staked it. But at the time of the crash, I was about 86% of the liquidity here. I was almost everything. So I bought a ton of honey token on the way down. And I was just like, fuck it, I'm going to stake it. I actually haven't checked on it in the last few days. But if I go to wallet, 1,500 honey tokens are staked here. It's already 47 wax again. And I claimed these probably like 4 days or so. It's like 10 wax a day or something for 1,500 honey, which again, you're not making, even if this is 2 wax per honey, you're not making 10 wax a day staking 3,000 wax. So this is, 3,000 wax buys me this position and then makes me 10 wax a day. It's also, not bad. This is almost like what you're saying with your Nefty pool, Lewis, where like, oh, I use that to buy things. It's like, I actually like this better because I don't have to risk more of my wax getting down the drain. I could just stake honey straight up and then just earn wax. And this is enough to almost buy like a duck or something. Almost. I feel like my TLM pool is going to be enough to buy a duck. But what I've been doing with this pool, for example, here, so you can see this is doing 20 cents per day on, it's not amazing on like $125 of liquidity. But what I've been doing is claiming these rewards, which I'm just going to do live right now. Claiming the rewards. And then I created a second pool for wax and honey. So you see this first pool I made this after I bought all that fucking honey, like for super cheap, like around, I think like a 1.7 wax or something was like my average cost for honey. And then I opened this pool at 2.3, like 2.28. And it was out of range. I was like, I'm going to start selling again here. And then the price of honey recovered so fucking quickly. It actually made it to the top of my range. And I did this whole thing with just 1,000 honey. The other 1,500 I just staked over here. And so now what I do is I'll take the rewards that I make, like these I'll claim these, which I think I already did. So it's 13 wax and 5.8 honey. And then let me refresh really quick and see if it updates there. Yeah, so I've claimed those. And then what I do with those is I have a second honey wax pool here. And you can see it is much, much less deep. And it is also much wider in its range. And this pool is 100% consists of rewards I earned from the other pool. So I always just add my honey. Even though I made 13 wax in rewards, I'm not gonna, add more than I earned in honey. So I'm just gonna add the honey that I earned, and I'll let this keep compounding basically my my trading. And lately, what I've been doing, because at this point my rewards pool, this has been going on for maybe like a week and a half or so since I started doing the rewards pool. It's not that crazy long, but since then it's already made like 350 or so worth of just rewards in this pool, and the pool itself is generating some type of yield here. So ultimately the goal is going to be to use this pool to feed this pool, and then use this pool to feed this stake. And that way I can, and then, use the stake to feed my wallet with fresh wax. But I really like honey still, despite the fact they've been exploited multiple times. Both times I've come out on, both exploits I've come out ahead, despite having been heavily affected. So I'm a little biased, I guess, by those exploits, because it is kind of not a great look to see this token get exploited over and over again. But at the same time, it's the exploits have been mitigated in a way that the actual users and the suppliers of liquidity, or the people trading on the market, have been made whole by Ben and whoever is in charge of fixing these exploits. So still a big fan of honey, really digging the passive wax side of it for sure. And again, this is 100% tied into the market fees. So as more profile picture drops happen, as bigger volume comes back to the NFT markets on NFT Hive, this wax yield for your honey could actually start getting significantly more lucrative. Because lately, like we saw last Tuesday when we were looking at stats on the wax blockchain, the wax blockchain has experienced a decrease in NFT trading volume. If that volume comes back, so does the fees, and so do my rewards kick up. So that's kind of a cool thing. And this is kind of
also all the PFP drops are really helping boost honey really right now, because a portion of the PFP sales go to honey, right?
Yeah, every drop at all. And since a lot of those PFP drops have been doing directly on NFT Hive, that those portion of the primary sales goes to honey stakers, which is great.
Duck one will not, though, because the duck is not NFT.
So Duck won't do that. But yeah, there's been a lot, and I feel like there's going to be more volume in NFTs in the future again. So I like this kind of honey. I really like what NFT Hive has built over the years. I feel like
I also think as much as we've been saying, NFT has not really been adding a lot of new creator tools. NFT Hive's kind of picked up where NFT left off as far as developing new stuff. Also, the reason the utility went away for the NFT token is because they had to compete with NFT Hive, who released everything for free that NFT was paywalling. So NFT Hive basically released free versions of everything you had to pay for on NFT. So then NFT, in order to be competitive, had to release or change the paywall. So it's not even necessarily NFT's fault that the utility went away for their token, but also that's the free market, that's competition. And I welcome the competition because it makes a better user experience for everyone, because it's nice that those are free tools now. It just is unfortunate for me as a holder of NFT.
I spent a good amount of wax to get 10,000 NFT tokens. That was a lot of NFT tokens when I bought them. And you can see this whole NFT position I have left in this wallet is worth $50. I didn't spend anywhere near as much on my honey position, and I have hundreds of dollars in honey token in the wallet, plus hundreds more in stake. So it's I don't know. I have a kind of a softer spot now for honey. I'm a little bit more of a honey fan. I'm not
also easier to pump the price because it's a more immature market and there's less tokens in circulation. So it's NFT pumped when it was first released.
It'd be relatively difficult for me to actually sell this that 1,500 I have staked. If I wanted to swap that, it's going to be quite the price impact, I'm sure.
NFT also earned crazy when they first released the rewards. But the more of it's in circulation, the harder it is to. Am I cool to start a giveaway, or are you done with your stuff?
Yeah, I think I just wanted to poke in that. So I do like showing off what we do on stream with that, but I think that's kind of a quick insight to seeing a more active yield farming position is obviously more capital, but much tighter ranges, so that those yields are huge. And I guess really quick, let me do the quick calculation here. on like USD, on Wax USD, I'm making $2.32 per day on this is on $534. So it is $2.32 a day is going to annualize out to $846, and I'm making that on 534. So I'm earning 158% APR in the Wax USDT pool. Like, that's not bad at all. 150% on Wax USD. Like, thank you. And then again, like I said, TLM right now, this math isn't going to be quite as impressive. Last time I did the calculation, I was pulling almost 700% APR when it was like at $6 or $8 or something in a day. So you can get really high yield returns on these pools if you target your liquidity.
Exclamation point Neon in the chat. If you'd like to join this giveaway, we are giving away a San Diego 2023 promo pack from the Sune collection, which is made by Priscilla, the artist behind Valor, or Valor and Vellum's her screen name, I guess. But Comic-Con is this week, and there's a Sune meetup on Thursday, I believe. So you could potentially get the signature you need to blend with this to get a signed artwork from her, the digital version, if you are in the San Diego area or close to it. But if not, you can at least get the NFT out of the pack. And exclamation point Neon if you'd like to join that. I'm going to play some. Now that we have a Neon DAO, let's see what Hard Rock Nick has to say about DAOs.
Can you guys seriously stop playing around? I've been asking for help for hours, and people keep responding with gifs and memes. Like, this is not a professional environment at all. I was told this is a DAO, and I'll be getting early access, but I need help. Can someone seriously please freaking help me with this?
He's helped us.
Is that somebody else who's having a problem is paying Hard Rock Nick to do this cameo for him to say that? Or do you think Hard Rock Nick is having a problem with the DAO?
I don't think Hard Rock Nick is involved in any of the stuff he's doing cameos for. Let's see this one. Hard Rock Nick has an important message for crypto holders. This was 2 months ago. This is new.
Oh. Listen, FX1, I'm loving those NFT fan avatars, but I need you to give me some action, man. I missed the allow list, but I want to get in before this goes to the moon. What the fuck, man? I need a big bag of FX1.
Yeah, I don't know what FX1 is.
Okay.
It's nice, not as good as his original one. I feel like this.
Okay. I need the price to go up. I can't take this anymore. Every day I'm checking the price and it's dipping.
This is a classic.
Every day I check the price, bad price. I can't take this anymore, man. I have overinvested by a lot. It is what it is, but I need the price to go up. Can devs do something? Okay. I need the price to.
I wonder what the underinvested one is. I can't remember. Like,
a lot.
There is one where he says I underinvested by a lot because like the price keeps going up, but I don't know where that video is.
I feel like it had to do with like DeFi Kingdom too, didn't it?
Maybe. Let's see if it's posted in DeFi Kingdom, but
yeah, something about Jewel, maybe.
I don't know. I think I have it saved somewhere on my computer. Let me see if I can find it. I think I deleted all that stuff though because my hard drive got corrupted. So I think I deleted everything that was like our funny videos, unless it's on my desktop somewhere. Random desktop shit is the name of that folder. Stream stuff. No, not that. Sound bites. I do have all the sound bites, but I don't have the videos associated with the sound bites. Good to know though. I thought I lost all my sound bites, but I think I took those off the hard drive before I wiped it. All right, we only got 5 people in here. That's a pretty good opportunity if you want to try to win a Sune pack. I was also checking. There's not a single one of these on the market. Like, it's like, what do these sell for? There's just none of them. So
you can make the market yourself if you win this one.
They were selling for $15 each though, which is pretty impressive for is this a 1-card pack? Like, people are paying $15 for one NFT. People want their Sunes. Yeah, she's going to be at the San Diego Summer Convention 2023, booth number 4721. So if you are going to Comic-Con, definitely check that out. There's no celebrities to look at anymore because they're all on strike. So go talk to Priscilla instead.
I feel like the panels are going to be kind of sad. It's like no writers, no. Yeah.
Yeah, there are limited blends for these NFTs too. I think those are for the signatures though, right? Or are there other blends for that? And the signature you have to go in person and get from her. Like it's going to be like a QR code NFT claim. Although technically I have a signature NFT from the last one, so I could use that on this one if I wanted to.
Oh,
I'm not sure if Max and I were considering going down to San Diego, but now that it's like 2 days away, I don't know how like feasible that actually is.
I'm still kind of into it. Thursday, right? Thursday night, because we won't have to be there during the day because we don't have tickets to Comic-Con anyway. But
yeah,
like
we'd want to be after. We also have to stream on Thursday, so we'd have to go. How long does it take? Like 2 hours to get down there? I don't even know.
I think so.
Is there like a train or a bus that goes down there? I feel like the problem with that would be getting back. Like it'd be easy to take public transit there, but getting public transit back.
Expensive as hell. Like the Amtrak is like $200. It's like cheaper to fly.
$200 to take a train down there?
Last time I checked, maybe I checked the wrong trains, but the one I checked was like
definitely cheaper to just drive at that point then.
Yeah, it was cheaper to fly when I checked. I was like, that's crazy because there's like $40 airplane tickets you can get.
Also, like a tank of gas is probably not going to cost that much to like. You won't even use a full tank of gas to get to San Diego and back.
No, you can go there and back, and it's like half a tank, maybe tops.
I don't know. I'm pretty broke at the moment, so I don't know if I can afford to be buying $200 train tickets. That's not my fucking. It's not in my expenses. I'm trying to hit up that jazz club to see if I can become a dishwasher to make money until on-set stuff comes back more. Weirdly, I'm like excited about the prospect of washing dishes for a jazz club. Like, I don't know why that seems like such a good job to me. I'll probably hate it after like 2 weeks, but I'm gonna try anyway and see what happens.
Isn't the Amtrak ticket like absurdly expensive, Yamster? Let me check it out. I feel like it was. Pretty sure Amtrak looked at.
Amtrak LA to ST.
Plus, it doesn't like drop you somewhere where you wouldn't need like an Uber to go the next chunk either. At least last one I checked.
How do I see the price here?
It was so fucking expensive that I was like, I can't believe people actually pay for this. Like, it was more money than it cost to fly.
Los Angeles to San Diego.
That's true. You could do the last mile with Metro.
Thursday and return on Thursday. That's not bad. $36.
Okay, that's not as bad as I thought it was.
Except those hours are fucking weird. What do you want to be doing?
Okay, that's actually like you probably spend more on gas.
Departs at 3:10, arrives at 6:04. I feel like that would be kind of our 5 to 8. But then how do you get back? So is that just one way?
Back at one of the later ones. Go scroll down further. If you go 5,
so
6,
but that only give us 2 hours to be there. That would kind of suck.
Yeah. You'd have to stay till 10 and get back at 1. It's not terrible.
I feel like if we did, we'd want to stream at noon and then take the like 3 o'clock one. So we'd get there at 6, then have even that's only 4 hours though. I feel like that's driving would just be a lot more convenient. Then you could leave it like hang out a little bit later. How long does it take? Let's see. Van Nuys to San Diego for driving. I'm also worried my car is kind of like 2 hours and 20 minutes. It's 136 miles.
Oh, here you go. 30 plus for parking too. Yeah, I didn't think about parking. It's Comic-Con. There's definitely not going to be lots of parking.
Take the morning train. I guess we could try to stream from San Diego. We could just do like phone streams and be live streamers. But I feel like if we drove, we could bring our scooters too, maybe or something, and like park farther away and scoot there. Also, we're not trying to actually. I don't know where like Priscilla's meetup is, but it's at a bar, right? It's not actually at Comic-Con, so we would be parking somewhere that isn't in the middle of Comic-Con.
Yeah, we could hit the park and ride at the Metro. I'm sure that's a.
I don't know. Max and I can brainstorm, but I feel like I'm leaning towards it's not happening at this point, but maybe. Definitely maybe.
I feel like these are all sold out, right? There's no way you can get a hotel room still. It's the heart of the con.
You got messed up his wallet twice.
That's what the meetup is. Okay, I thought for a second I was like, you're not like troll suggesting we try to get a hotel room, right? Like that ship has sailed.
If you win Uga, I'm sending it to db1rc.wa no matter what. It's going to go to the wrong wallet. You're toast. You're toast, buddy. But I'm joking. I'll send it to your actual wallet.
Yeah. Ooh, Ethereum is bouncing just like we thought it would. Great.
Is Paul doing anything on Thursday night? Is your car available?
Would be down. I think he's down to join.
I'm afraid to even drive my car like 300 miles. I think I need like an oil change and stuff right now. My car's it smells fucking weird every time I start it too. Like when I move it from one side of the street to the other side of the street, it smells like not what a car should smell like for moving like 5 feet. I think my car has something fucked up with it. And I'm not excited I don't drive it enough to have it go get fixed. But I also I don't know, there's like a pump missing or broken in my car that's leaking shit that is cost like $2,000 to replace or something stupid. My car's worth like $3,000 total. So I'm like, I don't really know what to do about that, but I also have not been driving enough. That's been an issue, but I am worried to drive it.
Well, how little you drive? I would have sold that car and just cut my insurance because insurance is not super cheap. And
no, but I'm also paying like 100-ish a month for that. But the issue is like if I work, I need my car for all my equipment. I can't take public transit to fucking haul like my thousands of dollars worth of audio equipment. So that's really been the thing. But I haven't been working on audio that much and also will not be for the foreseeable future because of...
Dude, I did this shit. I sold my old car to CarMax. Gave me $4,000 for it. Oh, wait, no. I spent $4,000 on it. I had it for fucking 6 years, and then I sold it for, I think, $800 to CarMax.
You guys learning how to play guitar? Definitely rough when you start playing, especially if you're playing acoustic. Like, it'll shred your fingers until you get some calluses.
You get some little nylon strings. It's much easier.
The only thing that really does it for me is bass. Like guitar, I can play pretty much infinitely. Bass will shred my fingers. Bass is such thicker strings, it wrecks me. It gives me blisters if I play too much bass.
You know what's been shredding my fingers? I've been trying to do the card spring. God, it's so hard. Oh, I'm going to try it right now, and it's just being fucking irritated. But look, I'm getting close. Check it out.
I was trying to learn Barcelona Nights on guitar. I don't know if anybody's aware of that. See if I can play it too while Max is doing his thing.
All right, here's the card spring, right? You have a deck of cards. You I'm not going to be able to do it, but I'll show you what I've been trying. You can squeeze it, and then the goal is to... Damn it. Try to do have them fly from one hand into the other.
All right, I think I kind of have it. Let's see.
All right,
I have to get my mic down here. I think I'm missing a couple notes in this melody, but I have the general thing.
Yep, that sounds familiar.
It's Barcelona Nights by Otmar Liebert, who, for some reason, I assumed he was like South American. I also don't know why I assumed flamenco music is from South America. I was like, that's South American music. Flamenco's from Spain, which I don't know. That just kind of blew my mind. And Otmar Liebert, who's like a very famous flamenco guitarist, he's German. I was like, what the fuck? Like, this shit did not exist where I thought it was at all. But I've been listening to a lot of Hermanos Gutierrez, and I feel like their music is kind of like surf and spaghetti western mixed with flamenco. So I've been kind of trying to bone up on my flamenco so I can play stuff in their style.
I'm just making a mess. I have a friend who's
flamenco music's dope though. It's really fun on guitar. I don't know how to play the rhythm at all though. I'm just learning the melody. Like Rodrigo and Gabriella. Gabrielle has that fucking crazy like thing she does with her hand. It's like double flicking on it. It's very strange looking. Let's see if I can find a video of it.
Yeah. Those guys are
fucking music.
Those two are so good.
They're strange because like the lead guitar player is pretty clearly a heavy metal player. Like so it's like he has like heavy metal influence on. We want a live video.
They do a lot of like drumming on their guitars. I guess that's just part of flamenco. But
that's what I'm saying though. Like her strumming style is fucking nuts. Like
please show you.
See if we can. She like slaps the guitar. She's like,
and it sounds so cool.
And that guy plays the pick and he just shreds like metal style. God, can we get a video that's less like This one is what we want. Or they're just both in frame the entire time.
And PR. Yeah, there you go.
That. God, that rhythm guitar playing so cool. I want to learn how to do that too, but for now I'm focusing on like the lead parts just because like the melodies they use in this music are different than the melodies they use in like Western music. I guess this is Western music. If like Spanish music considered Western music? I feel like that's Western culture, right? I don't know.
I think so. It's like Europe still. Europe is part of the
I always
West.
thought it was like Mexican or like South American, but like I guess that's because the Spanish people invaded that shit. So like that music ended up there by the way of conquistadors, but it was from Spain originally. But I don't know. I learned that yesterday, which is weird because I've been a fan of flamenco music forever. I didn't realize it like originates in Europe and not in Latin American countries, even though that's where a lot of the musicians come from and where it's played. Anyway, let's do this. Let's do this giveaway.
All right. Yeah, thanks for joining us today. I'd love to do tech stuff. It's fun to like dive into it. I'd also be down to do some like Ethereum DeFi tech stuff again one day. There's a lot of cool shit you can do on ETH.
I feel like the Arbitrum stuff is kind of cool too. That's more of my speed than I still like Ethereum for the gas fees, and I feel like that's very prohibitive to people with not a lot of money.
I would like to show off like a fully like diversified DeFi wallet. Like I have a few wallets there. So like,
I mean, at one point you showed off those positions you made that people could enter your staking positions, right? Wasn't that on either?
No, that was on Arbitrum.
Ah, that's still more.
But yeah, I like work that I've made. There's also like the gas definitely like it requires you to use too much money. And if you're not comfortable doing it with like $100, then you probably won't be comfortable doing it with like.
Ooh, the backpacks just got wrecked.
Damn, dude, so many nudes.
Whoa!
Oh no, there goes the shiny tail too.
Oh, Renolo. I don't know if I know Renolo.
Made it to the end.
I will have to check that wallet just to make sure we're not. Okay, this is a real wallet. You got NFTs. You buy and sell stuff. You look real. We will send you the prize. All right. Let's see. How many of these packs do we have left?
You ready for this?
We have 3. We'll do one more giveaway and then probably call it a stream. So, forum is back open. Especially because it's on Thursday. I feel like we have to get rid of these by Thursday.
Yeah, true. All right, here we go. I'm going to do another. Like I can't do this one. I can do the bridge really well, which is like not impressive.
I'm pretty good at it.
This is the that wasn't even good. Because I'm holding it out in front of my hand.
He also sent us something called Sergeant Ballsbuster. Let me see where that came from. Thank you to whoever sent that to us. It's fun to just log in and see stuff populate in our giveaway wallet. The community has been very generous for giving us stuff to give away. All right, you should have your San Diego pack in your wallet. Let's see if we can figure out where this Ballbuster pack came from. Not pack, just a Ballbuster. Ballsbuster. This came from iz.vu. I feel like I should know who this is. He's got one of those 40 ouncers is his thing. Is this Mahala? Is this you, Mahala?
Oh, is it? There you go. That's kind of cool, right? That shuffle. It's not
trying to get into my friggin' Wombat clan, help people out. We're pretty close to being in rank 1, so I feel like I actually have to try. This leaderboard does give me a reason to play because I make nothing from playing Wombat, but we were in first place and now we're in second and we're like a little behind, so I feel like I gotta help my team. Also, they have 23 members and we have 12, so we're doing pretty damn well for having half the amount of players as them.
Oh, it was
That is
Mahala's.
Mahala.
Knew it. Yeah.
See, I still got the Rain Man thing going with wallets. I did screw up on the blockchain producer when I was like, oh, I think that's the whale that buys all the blockchain brawler stuff. And I think I was off by one letter on the wallet. It's like FS3 something. And I was like, oh, like I think that's the blockchain brawler guy, but that's close. I recently saw Willow Bard. There's a new thing they added that if somebody's not active for I think 60 days, the clan leader can kick them from the clan and then get the NFT back, so they can pull away the NFT. So if those people just quit and actually don't log in or do anything, and they're actually not active, we will be able to remove them and find new members. But it will take like a threshold of days to be able to do that. So that's exciting. Also sucks for them because those people pay decent wax for those memberships. So if they get forcibly removed from them, then sorry, but play more, sell it.
Should have read the fine print.
But really, our clan is mostly Freddy. Freddy's like carrying us hard. He's like the top player in the entire game, and that's why we're rated so highly. We also have like a newer member. His name's like JSKY something. He's very active as well. But I'd say they're doing like 90% of the contribution in our clan, and then all of the rest of us are just doing like a small bit on top of that. Which is why I try to do the thing where like it pops up where I can help them, because like me clicking this thing that speeds up Freddy's runs is giving us way more points than me doing my own runs. So it's like more important that I help Freddy do more runs than I do runs myself. That's also why I bought some of those bulls. I could also, should I send a bull to my web wallet just so we can see what the staking works? Trading. Ooh, I have a trade offer. Let's see what it is. The hell is this? You want to trade me RotaQuest cards for my rare Our Planet land? No, thank you.
Pass.
I will say the value is not like horrible. $20 plus $10 plus $10 plus $30. That's actually the same value, but I don't know if these actually sell.
Yeah.
I feel like I know this wallet too. 1FBA. I feel like that's somebody I recognize. But I don't know. I'd rather have the Our Planet land. I'm not interested in RotaQuest stuff. I haven't logged into RotaQuest in months, to be honest. Ooh, I have buy offers too. What's going on here? No, I will not sell you this for 3 wax. When the minimum price is 80 wax. Hell yeah, it's finally above my purchasing, but not in US dollars, only in wax. Funko stablecoins, let's go. All right, let's trade one of my new bulls to my web wallet just so we can see what it stakes for. Which one should I trade? I want to trade my least favorite one. I feel like my least favorite one is this guy who looks like he's like real tired, a little bit stoned maybe.
Willow, what did you burn? Willow said she went on a burning spree yesterday.
You can upgrade a bunch of stuff with Wombat if you like combine and blend them. That's what I would assume the burning is, but specifically Willow will have to answer. cb.b2.wham. That should be my web wallet. If not, I just lost $2.50 worth of wax, but YOLO, baby.
cb.b2 sounds right to me.
I also got to figure out how I rip out my fucking, like, we got to get our NFTs out of everything we have staked to blockchain brawlers is now like inaccessible. I got to figure out how to migrate that. I'm not excited about that.
Oh, shit,
that I'm actually kind of like not cool with them like removing them, but like, what are we gonna do about it?
Yeah, that's really irritating.
How do I see what it mines? Does it tell you?
Yeah, it should have an.
Does it have no harvesting material? Like normally it tells you the harvesting material. There is no harvesting material. So that means it's just MP with no harvesting material. I didn't think that was even possible. That's kind of a bummer if so. Although, if I'm being honest, I don't use any of my harvesting materials. Like, if you go to the shop, like I've never spent any of this. I guess I could buy some of the stuff. I don't really know what you do with it. But I have 10,000 silver and 16,000 coal, so I have enough to buy some of the stuff. Maybe I'll just buy it and then sell it. I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like I probably have a bunch of packs from Wombat because I stake like a ton of Wombat tokens. I think you get packs for that. Let me check.
Oh, you're not even talking about it. You burned some Kawaii Game, Dragon Valley, and Yoshi.
Oh shit! Just like
I feel like I should
cleaning
grow
out
my
the
IoT
wallet.
stuff too.
That's nice.
We got some of that in our giveaway wallet. TD was actually telling me a pretty funny like, they're going to use the Trust Score wallet to like there's the new Trust Score thing on. It's going to be built into like the Wax wallet. Maybe it's a visual bug, but somebody asked me what it mines and it doesn't tell us right now. So, but I will reply to the person who asked me in Discord just so I show that I didn't ignore him.
Oh, I got a Zeta VIP pack.
Where is the guy? Rexinator asked me. We're talking about before this. I totally just lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, what TD is doing. TD is like he's gonna use the Trust Score wallet to if somebody has below a Trust Score, there will be a separate pool it pulls from, and it's gonna be all rug pull NFTs. So like
That's great.
if people with shit wallets are trying to claim out of the NFT gamer TV like pool, they won't be able to get the good stuff, which is like that's hilarious. I don't know if anyone wants me to say that publicly, but I feel like people that don't participate in Wax aren't listening to our streams anyway, so
Yeah, exactly.
TD's also working on building us a redeem tool for our stickers, which is cool. Basically, you would input your email, and then when you send a blend token, it will email you the Shopify claim code, so I don't have to DM people through Discord and manually burn them. We should also on stream burn everything in our burn wallet. We have a shit ton of stuff in there that's not actually burned.
Cool. Yeah,
our burn.neon wallet. That's where people have been sending stuff, and I think you're the only one with access to that. I don't have the keys, so maybe on UMax. Oh. We have $131 worth of Neon Space NFTs in here.
Damn. Oh, look at all this. Damn, dude. All that's going to get burned, huh?
Yeah. And I feel like it'd be nice to have that on chain because, you know, there's how many NFTs in here? There's 150x6 NFTs. That's more burn on the template. There's also, I think, some pose in there or something. There's some stuff. Oh, yeah. And I think we also took like you might have sent these directly instead of the blend tokens. Nope, that was KY. Yeah. Who knows what the fuck this is for? But we really should just burn all this stuff because that's why the wallet's for.
I sent a few myself, actually.
This might have been when we were distributing the early mints of the blend token. So we manually distributed the low mints for a race. I think we accepted the ingredients for that. So I think that's what that was from. I thought I sent some other stuff here, but maybe we didn't. Yeah, there's a decent amount that needs to be burned.
Yeah,
we also should probably soonish start our next vote because it takes so long to manufacture those stickers that if we want to really hit our 1 a month mark, we need to do the vote like a week before we need to order them.
Vote goes for a whole 5 days too, so yeah. Cat's out of the bag. Yeah, busted. This is about TDs.
For exclamation point neon.
All right, let's do it. Last giveaway. I gotta take Marcy for her walk. It's already after 7. Got late today. I know.
We also started late today. And also, that was a super long tech talk. We started the tech talk 30 minutes in and ended at 3 hours and 40 minutes. So that was 3 hours of tech stuff. Hopefully you all enjoyed it, and it wasn't a lot of it went over my head, honestly, because when Max got real deep into his positions, I started looking through the telegrams and stuff to see what's going on with blockchain brawlers and Music Mogul and FT blocks and stuff. So I was reading through all those chats to see the updates, but
yeah, look, Marcy came because I mentioned going on a stroll.
The Lego Fender guitar set? That sounds fun. Actually, I'm so easy to get derailed, but
oh, that
is it this one?
The tonal guitar thing?
That's pretty cool. I would have that displayed in my room. I think that's really cool. $95 though. That's not my Lego budget. Personally, I don't have $95 to spend on Legos right now. I did see a Lego microtonal guitar, which I thought was cool.
How big is that, Willibard? Is that life-size guitar for a guitar? Or, I mean, at $90 it could be.
So basically what he's doing here is, this is where the fret would normally be, but these ones are the microtonals. So this note, if you press down here, is in between these two frets. So it's like a half step in between the semitones, which is what microtone is. But they basically figure out a way to visualize it, and this is just Legos on top of a normal fretboard. So you like made a microtonal scale out of Legos, which is super creative.
Definitely sounds very.
You can also change it, so you can move those around depending on where you want the microtones.
That's pretty dope, yeah.
Everything started 2 years ago when my 7-year-old son Atlas made the Lego version of my adjustable microtonal guitar fretboard at home. Son perde parçasını Atlas buldu. Atlas'ı koyar mısın?
Atlas is a pretty sick name for a kid. Props to this guy's.
He asked me, why don't you use this on your guitar? Then we checked all Lego guitars on YouTube. What we noticed was interesting. All playable Lego guitars fretboards that are made up to now are not made of Lego. No one had an issue about the fretboard. They are standard guitar fretboards made of wood. Then I was lucky to find the right person for this project. Ruşen Can Acet is our sound engineering PhD student at Istanbul Technical University. After we glued this fretboard onto the guitar, the fun part begins.
To
With
break away
Atlas,
here and
we
take out
found
your walking
various Lego pieces
people start
to fill in
popping
the spaces. We
can play this on Off the Rails anyway, but that just reminded me of a Lego guitar.
That's just really
to our last giveaway. Catch you later, Max. Willowbard says the guitar is 14 inches long. That's pretty long. That's not a full size, but that's bigger than most Legos.
Okay, that's a pretty decent size. Marciardi
the guitar scale is like a Fender is a 24-inch scale is how long like the neck is on a Fender, and
it's like
Gibson
half size.
I think is like 25 inches. The Rickenbacker I want is 20.34 inches. That's the 325 I think it is. All right, let's do this giveaway and wrap this up. We have been going for 420. Smoke your weeds if you got them.
Yeah, light them if you got them. Later.
Thanks for watching, everybody. This has been quite the marathon. I need to get my sleep cycle in check. I woke up at like 3 p.m. today, which is why we started late. Max was actually going to start at 2:30, but the internet was broken. The internet's in my room, so he couldn't reset the internet until I woke up. But hopefully, assuming get my shit together on Thursday, we'll be streaming at 2:30. Unless we actually, if we end up going to San Diego, we might stream earlier. But I don't know if that's going to happen. I feel like if it hasn't been decided by now and we haven't planned to do it, it's not going to happen. But Max says maybe, so maybe. And then Friday, we're streaming at 2:30, and that's going to be with Agent K. He's going to be promoting a couple projects like the NFT lottery. I don't know exactly the name of it. Then there's another kind of like battle royale game where you can buy these fighter NFTs and fight each other and win prizes. I don't really know how any of it works. We'll figure out on Friday. Congrats to Wapaka. You will get yourself a Sune pack. Yeah, we'll have an interview on Friday, and then Thursday we have a bunch more Off the Rails videos. So we'll just be doing fun Reddit, YouTube, Twitter videos. I got some fire. I'm excited to the show. Well, we're way behind, so we have a ton of those videos. There'll be a lot of fun stuff to watch on Thursday. All right. I think that's everything. Let's see what we can read into. So let's help my clanmates out real quick. Getting that karma. Who can we raid into? Maybe the online in. What is team? What? It says Team Fight Tactics, but it also says Taco Tuesday. I don't understand what that means. Let's see what they're doing real quick. Oh, they're doing Grubfish, and they're sending prizes. We will stream in, or we'll raid into the online in. So thanks for watching, everybody. We will catch you on Thursday. Or if you want to hang out before then, I'll be in Discord. There's a link to our Discord. But I think everybody watching is already in the Discord if you want to hang out. Otherwise, see you on Thursday. Hope you all have a great week, and all the gains are in your favor. If you open any packs, you have pull nothing but mythicals and have the best RNG. Trade the online in. Some Infinity Mirror. Infinity! It's the content people come here for. If there's no outro Infinity Mirror, are we even twitching? I've also been watching a bunch of horror movies lately. Maybe we'll talk about that on Thursday. But what did I watch last night? I watched The Green Room, and that was actually really good. Like, it was a very good, very suspenseful, like thriller horror film. It's about a punk band that plays at like a neo-Nazi venue in Oregon, and then they accidentally like they witness a murder there, and then that all happens in like the first 20 minutes. The rest of it you'll have to watch the movie to see. But I'm very into punk rock. I grew up playing punk rock and sleeping on the floor of vans and stuff, so it hit home, and I thought it was a really cool movie. But anyway, peace out, everybody. We will see you on Thursday. Have a great week.